The summer's calling. The summer's calling. If the kingdom is overthrown, meet me at the cornerstone. I know that I can't be without you. This bond is solid gold. We're a diamond and an emerald. It took me forever to find you. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest day. The summer's calling. As we wait for the smoke to clear and we watch our dreams appear, I know that we can rise together. This vision that we share is ours. Together we can touch the stars. I know that we will see December. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest day. The summer's calling.
Roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a whirl. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a whirl. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands.
Good evening, everybody. On this 2 days away from Christmas, hope everybody had a good weekend. Was relaxing a little bit. 4.0 has definitely been pretty rough for some. I've been lucky where It hasn't been all that bad. I've actually been able to do quite a bit of salvaging and stuff. How's everybody doing tonight? You can go. Thank you for the subscription over on YouTube. Appreciate the support. I'll start with my shameless plug. I'm 3 followers away from hitting, I believe it's affiliate over on Twitch. So if you guys want to jump over there to support my channel and me, I'd greatly appreciate that. If not, no worries. Hey, Babble Boom, how you doing? So yeah, I think tonight we're just gonna sit back and chill. And I know a lot of the missions are currently bugged. A lot of them aren't showing up for people. I know people are getting stuck at like New Babbage. I know Wade Laney gamed a little with him and Zenrin. And Murphy hung out over the weekend in the Discord and stuff. We did some runs, and I know he had a pretty tough time yesterday. So my experience yesterday and today, I've just been running with my Vulture, Bishop's Dream Station, back and forth to Area 18 to sell, and I really haven't had any game-breaking issues yet, so I'll consider myself fortunate for that. Go ahead and switch over to the game issues. There we go. So I pulled up the Vulture, and well, that doesn't look like the Vulture. That does over here. Okay. So yeah, 4.0, it's not without some issues. This is actually the first time I've seen this. Okay, let's get the Vulture on the pad. Might be a few minutes before we go out and start salvaging. I did spend some time over the weekend and outfitted my mole with heads and all that good stuff and sub parts and stuff, and got the Prospector fitted out as well. I haven't taken the Prospector out. I did take the mole out for the first time. Yes, it is a multi-crew miner, but you can do it with one person. The caveat is if you heat up a rock and you screw up, you can blow yourself up. Luckily, I didn't blow myself up, so far so good. Okay, it's back Betsy up over here. I wonder if I can actually get inside the other ship. So let's see if I can get here. Set her down.
Landing complete. Your systems are offline.
Let's jump out of here. Babel, you had that happen to you a couple times? Only other ships appeared after you took off from the ground? Gotcha. This is my first time experiencing this. And I don't think I will be able to get up into the canopy there. But at least I'm at a point where I can actually store the Vulture. Nope, we're not going to be able to get up, I don't believe. Okay, we'll send everything down, and then we'll just bring the Vulture back up. That should clear everything out.
Welcome to the ASOC
Okay.
retrieval system.
So I upgraded my subscriber to the 20 instead of the 10. And I ended up with 2 Hornets, the Terrapin Medic, the Intrepid, the Guardian I didn't have in there, the Guardian QI, the Pulse, the Ursa Medevac, and the Scythes. But I also do have a Polaris for some reason. So let's go ahead and store this guy. And watch everything go crashing down. Hey, I wonder, did that Scythe just disappear? Looks like it did. Okay. We're good. At least this will give us a clean out our hangar. So I did, like I said, I did a couple tests with the mole. I'm not really looking for like the super uber rocks and stuff that you're looking for. Just more of a, just figure stuff out. And that actually went well. I filled up 72 out of the 96, and I think I sold it here for like
Welcome to the ASOC
45,000. So, but by far, as always, the Vulture is the money maker. They did buff. Turn the hangers down here a little bit. They did nerf the selling price at Area 18, so instead of 12.5k, you're at about 8.5. I know there's other places that people have mentioned that you can actually make a few extra dollars selling to, but I am staying away from those because I've heard a lot of people having issues, especially at New Babbage and stuff like that. So I'm fine with 8.5k. So I think I usually end up selling about 37 SCU for Vulture. Oh, other side. And I end up with, I think, about 312, 320k after it's all said and done. I was very happy to see the way that panels are spawning in now for 4.0. Everything spawns in at a pretty good distance, and you're able to track them by sight, which is amazing. Previously, like in 3.2.4, the big panels would spawn in, then the little small panels, or the medium size, and the small panels would spawn in. But the big panels wouldn't show up until you're literally like 20 feet away. Okay, let's call ATC here. Landing gear up. I did finally change my spring to a softer spring. I guess the lowest tension on my right VKB joystick. And that's been nice. I didn't like how much I had to put forth to activate the joystick. That makes sense. And there's our little curb check as usual. Okay, so speed limiter's up. Let's switch over to scanning mode. There we go. And let's see what we can find out here. So I usually head to the darker side of the belt. Yonder. Where's the sun? Turn the game audio up a little bit more on my end. There we go. Oh, it's good. So if you're new to salvaging, you're looking for multiples of 2,000. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? And as luck would have it, there's an 18 right there. Take our speed limiter all the way off. I have noticed out here that it is very greasy for flying still. Almost like inertia, even when you're coupled. Feels like you just kind of just keep on sliding and sliding and sliding. So let's check back. Yep, there's a 22. So if this hasn't been salvaged yet, we should be, in theory, be able to fill everything up. So there's the one big panel. So like line of sight is phenomenal for these guys now. Where you can actually see them at a distance so you don't lose track of where you've been salvaging at. We got these two guys here. We got another big one up yonder. We got another big one up there. Sweet. So let's see if these have been mined or salvaged yet. So lights on. It doesn't look like it. It looks like they're full. Oh yeah, we're good. I did repair my ship, but I had a little bit of a bug, so the front of it, as you can see, looks kind of like a very used up plexiglass around a hockey rink. So and I do have the two braids on there. I made sure that those were slotted out correctly this time. And it seems like the larger panels do have more RMC on them. More salvageable SCU. You can get off the panels, which is nice. I tend to, a lot of people, you can just do gimbal mode and pressure wash the panels. I like to say I do like a little ballet dance around them. I usually take my speed limiter down to the lowest setting and then just kind of dance around them. But this by far has always been my moneymaker. Is everybody geared up for Christmas in the next few days? I do plan on streaming tomorrow night for at least a few hours. I don't have to worry about Santa interrupting the stream at all, coming down the chimney. So for those of you who are watching that have been playing the 4.0 preview, other than Babble, how's your experience been thus far? I think it's kind of it's a crapshoot between, you talk to one person like me that's had a relatively pretty, I mean, it's been buggy, but I've been able to get around the bugs and stuff. I haven't got like trapped in prison or anything like that. But you can talk to the next person, and obviously they will have a much different experience. Go to third-person camera, just kind of meander around. There we go. It's kind of cool to have the Polaris in my hangar, however, I honestly will never use something that big. Too many people to crew it. Babel not played that much, but it was okay. No chat working. Based on messages that got fixed. Okay. Too much traffic around the hangars sometimes. Yeah, I think it was yesterday or Saturday. My days are all screwed up because I'm, time off from work and working from home, so everything kind of just melds into each other. But I know initially I'd go to like Area 18 or Ambitious Dreams or maybe another station, and it only seemed like 2 hangars were opening up at a time. I noticed yesterday evening and today I'm actually getting other hangars when I call in to ATC are opening up. So it hasn't been the typical 2 that you kind of get put in queue and you're just waiting for, you're watching the door open up and somebody leaving. I don't mind the queue so much. I actually like it because you can see the ships coming in and out. So it feels like you're, you know what I mean? You're not just alone in the verse, so to speak. I did have somebody the other day use my referral code, and we both got a pulse. So thank you very much for the individual that used my referral code. Appreciate that. Watching the traffic is nights, but it gets tight as everyone tries to head to one hangar door. Yeah. And I had some times where my markers went display saying it was my door that was opening up. So I ended up using the bed I got as a reward from IAE and put it right in the front by where the terminals are in your hangar. And then I put my Atlas or ATLS basically kind of right off to the side, so that way I could kind of peek in when the door opened up, and that was kind of my telltale if it was my hangar or not. So that was my little workaround. But yeah, like you were saying, you'd sit there, you see the hangar door open up, and if nobody came up, another ship came down to land right away. But, I mean, with all this, the load in the servers and stuff like that, CIG is getting some very good data. And we'll hopefully, after the holiday break, they're going to go over, review that data, and then just make some changes and stuff like that. I have noticed that hospital gowns are not as prevalent anymore. whoever food is. I think they should just give people either the ability to deposit into a can by, you know, hitting the interaction menu, or despawning them, or if somebody just throws it on the ground, just give them like a 15-20 second timer to pick them up, otherwise get a crime stat. It's like, you know what, just take the few extra seconds and throw it inside your inventory on the station. Not that hard. Okay, so there's that guy. So we had one, should have been, there's that one, but there should have been one like right above us. Get the two bigger panels there. You know what, let's just go after the big guys right now. Those are gonna net the most material. Yeah, basically 1 1/4 of, or a little bit, 1 and maybe a little less than a half, maybe 1 1/3 of these guys fills up your depot, which is pretty awesome. So we get done with this one. We got a panel right yonder. See another one, big one over there, and then right jump up to there. Seems like the panels have been spawning a lot better as far as time. I haven't had too hard of a time finding like a really good 20 to 28 signature. I'd say 14 to 28 signature out here. Sometimes I've hit a 30 that hasn't been scraped, but I figure a majority of the people are probably, you know, checking out the jump gate to Pyro, or just hanging out in Pyro. Oh, looks like Zenerin is online. If you're watching Z, I will, or X actually, I'll pop over in Discord here in a few seconds. Okay. Bear with me as I open up my Discord here. Excuse me. Let's see. Bear with me as we get coordinated here. It's like Waylini is inside chat. Evening, guys.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good deal.
What's up?
Not much. I was mentioning to chat.
Today.
Yeah, I was mentioning to chat earlier. People have been having fun days like you had yesterday, and others are like me, of really not run into too many hurdles. I've been fortunate.
I've
So-
been making the best of it.
Sure.
I learned a lot about mining between my time in jail, and I rented a prospector.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think Zen's gonna pick up his vulture. I was thinking, do you want to pick up, I don't know if you want to join us, pick up a cargo ship, and we can just load that up between the three of us. so we'll
Yeah,
just
I
kind of
did,
make a pit stop. But I mean, if you're doing your own gape loop, that's fine too.
you know what? I just got contracts working again,
Nice.
and I'm in that beautiful August Dunlow Seraphim loop at the moment.
Okay, gotcha.
So let me try to make some money here, and maybe I'll catch up later.
Yeah, no worries.
I don't want to disrupt this. I'm on some shard right now that's giving me freaking missions. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, no worries.
I don't want to. But I did learn a lot about scanning, the scanning thing that you were telling me about today. I feel really comfortable. Learned a lot after.
Yeah, mining is pretty good. I haven't, like the other day, like we were talking, I didn't really focus on like the quality of rock that I was picking up. It was more for just figuring everything out. And I still have to take the prospector out. I got it all set up at the mining head and stuff, and the subcomponents, but I might take that out at some point this evening just to check it out. The mole worked. It's obviously a multi-crew, so I mean you got to pull up pretty darn close to the rock, and then make sure you don't get into that red area and blow up the rock, because you're gonna blow yourself up. So
I also went into the refinement, down into learning about refining and stuff,
mhm.
and so that's pretty interesting. There's nothing. It's not worth doing anything but the low speed, high yield refining.
Gotcha.
So I think it's not bad, the mining. So considering I was mining absolute junk, I was more in a mode of time efficiency than quality.
Sure.
So, but it still wasn't too bad. Like a full load on the prospector, just random base shit was less. Sometimes I'd just find one site and I'd fill my whole prospector up. So what are we talking here? Minus flight time, 5 minutes in the field, and 30 to 40k. So
Yeah, when I took the mole out, I grabbed a couple rocks to break, and I only filled up like 70 out of the 96 SCU on it. And I came out with like 45k. I didn't have to do any refining at all. It was just ore sales. So
I'm thinking refining. I'll have the math tomorrow because it's a 24-hour refinement process. What I'm thinking, I'm just a quick look at the math. I think it might be. It's pretty high, like increase in your money.
Basically double it.
I was gonna
doubles it.
say 100%. Yeah, 100% increase. Awesome. That confirms what I was saying then.
And there's a website that I marked in the resources on the Discord that you can put in what you're picking up and what you're finding, and it'll show you your yield and stuff. I don't know how much it is up to date for 4.0, but I saw a lot of people using that.
Then boy, I'm looking at, like, Zen, we were talking last night about all the C2s you had. I could see. I brought one load down to Orison to sell, and yeah, it takes time to unload.
Yeah, it does. It's designed to slow a player down, right? But yeah, if you have multiple cargo ships, well, now since you have to load and unload, kind of changes the dynamic a little bit. But back in the day, you can just store your ship at, New Babbage or Area 18. And what I had was I had 5 C2s, and would store one, grab the next one, go out, load it up with cargo, come back, and you can do the same. Used to do the same with prospectors, but since you have to load and unload the ship now, it kind of works a little different.
I was able to pull it out of my ship on Orison. I didn't have to manually unload my ship.
Oh wow, that's
that
cool.
changes anything.
Yeah,
You're
it does. Sure it does. Yep.
Okay. I thought that's what you were talking. Yeah, it did unload the ship for me. What's odd, it wasn't under the ship tab though. It was under my personal location tab to pull the materials.
That's good to know.
So
I think what we're doing now is a lot of experimentation to figure out how things have changed and what's working and what's not.
Definitely, you've got to fill a big ship to make that travel time worth it. It's there's a lot to the mining that involves hauling. I was pretty shocked to see, like, you better be on your ball for hauling as well. Be a really profitable mine.
I like that with my mole, I could just grab it right off the pad for selling. I didn't have to take the bags out or anything like that.
Right. That's good. Selling the straight ore unrefined is quite the loss.
Mm-hmm.
It's an option.
Mm-hmm.
An option.
And Zener was talking about for like the mole, you have your main module and you have maybe you have 2 sub modules. So like on the arms, you can put in a Zen. You're gonna have to help me out with what that module is called, but it basically filters through it and gets rid of more of the extra crap, so you get more quality ore in.
It's a filter module.
Filter module, thank you. And you can use that to even, you know, filter down so you're getting more quality, unless you're not filling it up with all the extra crap.
Some crazy stuff happening. It's done well. Oh.
Okay, got one depot entered, emptied. Head off to the next one. I've had great luck with finding, I think I found was a 24K group of panels. They're kind of spread out a little bit, but just right out of the station, which is nice. Oh shoot, I just didn't pay attention to what I was doing and I shot the panel.
Flew into my own hangar. Got impounded.
Yeah, I still got the trespass warning up at Ambitious Station, but it's just a bug. They've never had any actionable thing taken for it, so.
Did we ever find out what the blackout was this afternoon?
I did not look.
What happened? Didn't hear anything.
So basically the game, Zenerin was on, I was on, and then all of a sudden everything just went black on everybody's screen. So I don't know if they did a server reboot or... But some people...
Including some live streamers, right? So there was a live stream going on, a couple that I was watching at the same time I was playing. Like, everybody just went dark. Just the screen just goes black. No error message, no booting to menu, just black.
Wow.
Chris Roberts hitting the on and off switch remotely.
Nope.
Yeah, may have been a big hot fix. I just haven't seen anything on Spectrum or, you know, any other Star Citizen Discord about what happened.
Probably Bezos using the servers to compute his taxes real quick.
Okay, so we got a small little triangle guy over here. Another big guy off to the right. I love how the panel's spotted now for line of sight. Because before you'd be salvaging in a field, they'd be spread out like kind of what I run into, where there's like 4 above you, 3 below you, some off to your right. And you get the initial batch and you would just lose your place where everything else was. And now having everything spawn in line of sight makes it a heck of a lot easier.
So I was salvaging last night.
Where are you? Are you in the Halo right now? Where?
I'm ambitious.
I was hand salvaging in space
Oh, okay.
with Embryo SRT salvaging equipment.
Mm-hmm.
And I found a C2 in space. So
Good find.
But it turns out there's something wrong with the hand salvaging rifle. I wasn't producing any RMC or whatever that shit is, even though I had the canisters.
Is it one of those ones where you right click to add and right click again to subtract?
No, the right click is a pair, then the left click is the salvage. Oh, is that what you meant?
Yeah. Yep.
So that is that component, and then there's like it's got like a it's got like some like revolver barrel, a revolver cartridge that you put in it with full of can.
Okay. I ended up going to Loreville. I picked up a rock. I picked up a Ursa Red. They do actually have the Nursa there. It's all the way down on the list. And then I picked up another Atlas to station somewhere once servers get, or at least one that can travel with me, depending on what I'm doing. And stuff, kind of plan ahead and all that good stuff. Our next panel is over yonder.
So then I spent like 5 hours of my day not being able to play the game yesterday, and then once I started playing the game, I ended up in jail for 5 hours.
I saw you. I was on at like 2 a.m. and saw you on. I should have sent you a friend request. I didn't see it.
No, it's alright. It was an unbelievable day yesterday. Struggle. Because I was stuck in jail. There's a bug about getting stuck.
I thought if you head towards the elevators and then backspace, you won't spawn back in jail. Like, assuming your sentence is done, right?
Oh,
And
really?
there were
Is there something like that?
And there was a pile of corpses I saw in somebody's screenshot right in front of the elevator to get out. But that's the way to get out of jail. I think the elevators in Klesher are bugged right now. So try to avoid the crime stat. But if you get a jail sentence, that's how to get out.
Oh, for sure. I would. The thing is, I got the crime stat, and I wasn't. It was a complete bug to get it. I just randomly doing a mission, and the turrets turn on me and start shooting me like I'm a criminal enemy. But I wasn't doing. I was doing the mission for Crusader Industries. So I was supposed to be there. So the mission bugged. Whatever.
There is a way to escape from Klesher.
Yeah, I saw the videos on it.
Okay. But you need a friend to come pick you up because you're miles away from anywhere.
Easier. It was very swift for me to obtain my minerals. It doesn't take long. And then, but I ended up just rotating servers over and over and over again as I read something on the subreddit, and then I was able to get out, but that took like an hour. And then when I got out, I accidentally shot a NPC in one of the bunkers and got put back in jail. Literally minutes later.
Okay, so where's our next set of panels at?
Well, I don't mean doing mining to get out of jail. I mean breaking out, like escaping from Klesher.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, there's like you go through the fan thing. I saw it. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Hit this
Didn't
one
know
already.
if you were aware of that.
Shawshank Redemption escape.
Yep.
There we go, another full one.
And I assaulted somebody in jail. I got another 2 hours of sentence. And then I got out of that. I got my sentence done by mining. And I got stuck in the elevator, falling through space. Character repaired myself. They removed me. And then I'm in the regular world and I didn't lose my crime stat. So I got rearrested. It was
Good times.
It's great. Murphy's Law type, like, holy shit.
Yeah, this game takes patience for sure.
Today has just been great. Really, other than the contracts have been absent. Recently, I just got some.
Morning, Mend. How you doing?
Australia, New Zealand. Wait, no, that's the.
Russia, isn't it? Russia, isn't it, Mend? Or somewhat. I'm trying to think. I have a lady. Game takes patience, but stole mine yesterday. Yeah, I think it's done it for a few people. Belarus. Yep. Is this? Oh, Rekar. You change your name? Oh, you're over on Twitch. Never mind. Gotcha.
Stream
You switch over to Twitch? No worries. Took me a second there.
I prefer YouTube because
Same.
the Twitch ads are horrible.
I cater to both audiences. I do not discriminate. However, I did try, oh, what's that other service? Greenlow Kick. Yeah, that one, not so much.
Are you streaming on Rumble yet?
No. Nope, I go through Restream, so I just have to send one up. And then it'll split it between the two. A lot of the bigger streamers will have two systems set up, so they'll have one dedicated. I do not, so I stream a game off the same machine. And it runs great. It can handle it, no issues. Even I was doing a couple 4K streams too, and it's still, I didn't have any frame drops on my end. But that was only going to YouTube. Twitch, you can't do 4K. Twitch no likey. However, they were supposed to. Well, it's a little bit of an artifact glitch. It's like the universe has a line running right down it. Okay, let's find our next set of panels. Appreciate that. It's 8,000. Have you got out here yet, Zen, or are you still in transit?
I'm on my way down to 18 right now.
Oh, okay.
I was at Bahini. I figured as long as I was going down, I grabbed a load of cargo.
Oh,
So
sure.
I'll store that, and then I'll hop into Vulture and head out and meet you.
So we got a 33. 68. Oh, another 20k. Zen's in the game. Super cool. Says, the individual formerly known as Rekar. From Belarus. So, Ben, your Christmas is in January, isn't it? You're what, about a week or two after ours here in the US? For Russian Orthodox, I believe it is. So I remember Anna that I talked to, it's from Ukraine. Almost every other day, we still keep in touch and stuff.
Depends if they are Russian Orthodox. There's a Ukrainian Orthodox churches too.
Mm-hmm. Yep, January 8th, he says.
There you go.
Man, don't you guys have like a polar bear plunge everybody gets out to do right around this time of the year? But you still celebrate 25th also? Sure. Any excuse to drink more vodka? So we are full. We are going to run down yonder and stack the rest of our crates. So let's grab the small tractor beam. I went to Lorville and I tried to find it's not Cousin Crow's. Well, maybe it is. I could not find the spot to buy the mining heads for the size 2 helix. So I'm gonna do a little.
Crows on Oris.
Okay, there's one. It's not probably not called Cousin Crow's, but
Dumpers Depot on Griffin.
yep, on in Lorville. I couldn't find it. I always get turned around on that place. I even looked at the map.
I'll show you where it's at.
Okay. And instead of pulling up a video, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go see what I can buy here, add to my fleet, and then I'm just gonna head up because I think you can buy it at a station.
Yeah, I was having trouble with my prospector and some of the rocks. I'd imagine mining would have fixed the right.
Yeah, Arcal 1 should have it. Ambitious Dream. Any of the mining stations should have a size 2 head there.
They have the helix, but size 1. They don't offer the size 2 there. Then I tried Area 18, so I ended up doing a whatchamacallit, quick Google search to find out where it was listed, and that was one of the places, was Lorville. I think there is like another station that I could head to. I just kind of want to check out Lorville again, just to see if I can navigate around.
You guys know if mining with prospector on planets is broken?
I do not.
Yeah, I haven't checked it in this patch.
Because I saw something about that. Because I tried to do it, and it didn't seem like I could do anything to a rock, so I'm just assuming it's broke again.
Well, it depends on the size of the rock. So some of those rocks might be pretty big. We used to team up on rocks on Walla. Take a couple prospectors out. It was fucking, you know, to Tiny about this earlier, was we used to go down there with 3 prospectors and leapfrog. So we'd all go searching for something. If we found something, we'd all team up and break the rocks apart, and the person who found it runs it back to the refinery, right? Because it's their find. And then we keep looking, and it kept us all busy. And usually by the time we find another rock and start breaking it down, that first person is on their way back. And it was a great way to just team up and do planet-side mining.
That sounds great. I actually had, I was even unable to even scan it, so it would.
Yeah, that sounds broken.
That's what I
Okay, man, I'll check that out. You know what they do? They have the size 1. They didn't have the size 2 there, so that might have changed in 4.0. So they took out quite a bit of things in 4.0, like the mining suit that I liked so much for the cold weather. You can't get that anymore at the stations. You actually have to win that, I would assume, doing one of the contested zones. Same thing with like the XL1 quantum drive. You can't pick that up at Port Tressler anymore. That's one of the rewards for contested zones. Oh, was the Helix or was the Hofstetter size 2? I'll have to look at my OneNote. Maybe it was the Hofstetter size 2 that wasn't. I was out salvaging last night and somebody in their prospector buzzed me a little bit. I just got done stacking crates, and I came up and I get in my pilot seat, and I see him go whizzing by. I'm like, holy crap! Because I haven't got ganked at all out here yet. So
You used to be able to do some serious damage to someone's ship with the mining laser, and it was one way that miners could fight back against pirates. And then they nerfed it.
oh.
I thought about it last night. Going in some miners.
Yeah, I think they nerfed it after a Xeno threat where a couple the guys and prospectors were taking out the Idris by landing on the hull and just doing massive amounts of damage to
Oh,
the Idris.
jeez.
Oh, I love that.
That's awesome.
That reminds me of something I've seen in, like, was it a Star Trek episode where things were attaching to the hull and just destroying the ship?
You got some extra RMC? Nice. You were out with your reclaimer and some nut attacked you with his vulture. So obviously you won that fight. I like to see a ship like the Ironclad when it comes out being able to safely stow on that huge cargo door on top, be able to put in 2 vultures. But I'm not sure with the size comparison. I haven't really looked much to see what that, how it differs as far as like the Polaris and size-wise and stuff. I know the top of it's got a huge multi-door that opens up.
Yeah, I totally see CIG being able to do like a big refining ship that you're way out in the halo or in a remote area space with a group of prospectors that can refuel, and you have cargo ships coming and going, and you know, a whole mining operation out there. But you're gonna have to find some way to protect against pirates and have some fighters, like a whole remote operation. It would be cool.
The beam spacing is still a little very finicky. So is there supposed to be a known gravity well out here? That's why everything gets extra sensitive, Zenerin, do you know? Out of the
Yeah,
ambitious
that's
stream?
you have overlapping gravity pieces. I don't know if it's intentional or it's a game bug at this point, but the whole thing, the Lagrange point is that point between different gravitational fields where technically there's no gravity at the Lagrange point because you have that intersection, right? But if you look around some of those stations, there's a medical journal in the lounge that talks about the cover of it, talks about the effects of the human body of overlapping gravitational fields from different planetary zones, which, you know, I would imagine that would be a thing, right?
Sure. Man, it's difficult to solo the Reclaimer, no pilot guns. You put your belly to an asteroid, force him to stay in the firing arc of your size 5 turret. Smart way of handling that. It absolutely does, Ben. Alright. Go to this last panel here. This should fill me up. I still wish they'd let us be able to fracture these panels once we're done to disintegrate them.
Yeah, I'm hoping the new Myth salvaging ship will let us do that.
I accidentally drew a penis on one of my salvaging panels. Unintentional.
So when I was doing the hand salvaging, I noticed I kept finding sites and panels that were already salvaged. What's up with that?
You mean all the station? A lot of panels already been salvaged?
I was coming up to a site like you are right now, and I was finding panels already salvaged.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
With that.
all kind of depends on how many people have been active. I came out
They
here
don't
one
despawn, though?
after a while. So I came out here one day, and the previous day I had no issues finding them. That day it was a nightmare. I had to spend probably about 15-20 minutes just to find a section of panels that had been salvaged. And I got off, and there's another streamer that was doing Salvage Sunday. And they were out at the Bishop Stream station. So I was like, you guys are taking up all my panels. So it depends on, you know, how popular it is out here that people are salvaging.
Yeah, they don't despawn right away.
Yeah. So typically if I go in and I see like a lot of the panels closer have been already hit, I'll just fly out quite a ways and then start pinging for panels.
Yeah, I'm about halfway unloaded.
Oh, nice. I'm about 0.6 away from filling up my third time to head back to Sal.
How much you getting per sale?
8.5, so 37 SCU, about 312. Okay. I know you can. There's some other places you can sell and make more money. I think somebody posted on chat, but Area 18 hasn't been buggy for me, so haven't been going anywhere else at all.
So you're making like easily 500 or 600 an hour.
Yeah, right now I was up to 1.1 million, now I'm down to 825 because I bought a bunch of ships and vehicles and stuff. But the larger panel spawns, you know, the higher signatures have definitely been nice.
Well, I gotta get 1 more million to buy my vulture. That'll be my next purchase.
Nice.
Dude, I'll just send it to you.
What, the vulture?
No, the million.
Here, I'll send. How about this? I'll send 500. You send 5. Does that work?
No, don't worry about it. I'm having fun working for it. I appreciate it. I don't need it right now.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't need to. I don't. It's part of my efforts. I mean, I could just go buy the damn thing on the store if I really wanted to.
Sure.
It's
No, I totally get it. Totally get it.
Yeah. I end up ruining my game loop that way.
I just know you said how things were bed buggy for you and you couldn't play last night. If you were frustrated,
Right.
just
Yeah,
wanted
I
to help out.
appreciate it. You know, I very much appreciate it. I'm doing fine. I got all the goodies. Actually, I'm very happy the cargo thing's working. Where is this thing?
Hey, Area 18, here we come. Men, you hang out deep in the yellow belt typically. You don't get bothered, but occasionally a mission pops up nearby. How far? You said you're just a million out from your vulture?
Yeah.
Okay.
If things get going well with the hauling right now, I should have it in a couple hours, or at least an hour and a half.
Cool.
I just got these hauling missions, and I'm in that beautiful loop with Seraph and August Dunlow. I hope it sticks in.
Min says Orison is paying 10,800 per SCU, but it's having a lot of problems with hangar doors and overlapping. Gotcha. That's what keeps on trapping your reclaimer in there.
Laney, thanks for telling me about the Area 18 loop, 'cause that one's been great for me.
Awesome.
Hey, Zach. It's going good. How are you doing this evening? How's your weekend? Getting all set for the holidays coming up? Yeah, I think tomorrow I just have a little bit of running for a couple last minute gift cards for my nieces in the morning, and then I'll probably play tomorrow after. I'll probably play a little bit in the morning, a little bit in the afternoon, and I think I'm probably gonna stream tomorrow. So I think I'm doing my stream like around like 4 or 5 maybe for a little bit, because I won't be streaming Christmas. Maybe Christmas night. We'll see. Basically told everybody don't get me anything because I don't need more crap to bring down to my new place.
Especially living in a tiny house, you got nowhere to put it.
Exactly. And with the price of the U-Haul being, I think it was a little over $2,000 just for the small one to bring down there. I'm actually contemplating getting rid of a lot more stuff and just getting like a trailer to haul back behind my car or behind my SUV, and just moving that down there and just rebuying everything for that $2,000. I can buy a lot for $2,000.
Oh, that's a great idea. And for the price of that, what's gonna pay to have it shipped? You know, fill a pod and have it shipped. Got to be pretty competitive.
Yeah, like, yep, but kind of where I'm going, they don't offer that, I believe. I could check out some other companies. I also looked at, it would actually be cheaper to rent a full-size pickup truck and rent a trailer from U-Haul. That was actually cheaper, and you get I think when you rent the truck, I think it was like $900 for a week. You just, obviously same thing as U-Haul, you just pay for the gas or whatever. There's no minimum mileage on it.
I looked at a pod when we moved from Ohio to Nashville in 2015, and a single pod to move it down here was $5,000.
Oh.
That was not cheap.
When I had my tiny house shell delivered from Ohio up to northern Minnesota, that was $5,500 I paid, and it took them 3 days to tow it up here. In theory, I could have just rented a full-size truck and done it myself, but I spent like $36,000 on the shell, and they have insurance, and I didn't. So I feared that was the best route. Just better to have them do it. The third-party company. But yeah, I was surprised it cost that much. And I think part of that was like a return fee because it has to come back up. And when I bring it down there, I'm probably going to be down there for about a week or two, building out a deck and just finishing some stuff up inside of the house. So it's not like I can go down there, dump stuff, and turn back the next day.
Yeah, next long distance move, if it's not over $1,000, it's not coming with us, unless it's a very sentimental item, right?
Yeah, for me, it's basically all my electronics, and I do have quite a few. I have enough tools to build a house. Get every little tool you can imagine. And I just bought a really nice compound miter saw and very nice table saw when I built my last tiny house. So I'd prefer not to get rid of those. Because anything, you sell used, you're not going to get your money back out of it. Because everybody wants something for nothing. Evan says hey Evan, how's it going? He did a pod from Asheville to PNW in 2019 for under 4K. PNW,
Really get money for those.
Pennsylvania?
Dallas
No.
Fort Worth. PNW?
Yeah, I want to.
PFW, Dallas Fort Worth.
This will be PNW. Polish National Waterway? I got nothing. Evan, what does the PNW stand for?
It's like a clue.
I also noticed when I was on Pacific Northwest, I also noticed when I was at Lorville going through atmosphere, the ship seemed to go a heck of a lot slower. And it was shaking quite a bit going through, just flying up to the spaceport.
Like your atmosphere with all the smog.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to be in the hangar right next to you.
There are there's some great inside jokes in Lorville. You'll see air quality warnings in the habs, and then when you walk out, you'll see ads talking about move to Lorville, clean air. Then you look out the window and there's soot flying everywhere. Oh, it's just it's there's some great jokes in Lorville.
Literally in the hangar right next to you. I should just bang on the wall and see if you can hear me.
You can hear everything. These walls are thin and
Yeah, I'll come over and I'll help you unload in a second.
Oh, yeah. No worries. I wish they would fix when you're going through the like the blue force field and stuff like that. It's almost like you do a curb check every time of the vehicle. So the door is open. And when the pod doesn't change by weight, only volume, so you packed everything like nesting Russian dolls.
getting much better with the Atlas. Much better.
It's great for single boxes.
That's what I'm crushing with the ring. I found a sweet spot with what I'm doing here, and it's actually the Cuddy Black, the Atlas, and the small box missions. It seems to be very profitable. The single SUs, rookie extra small missions stacked on each other. This thing holds, if you pack it tight, about 55 SCU. That'll cover those missions stacked on each other, and it's so fast compared to a big hauler. Get in and out of atmosphere. It's got a great quantum fuel tank. It travels quick in quantum as well. Very happy with this.
Just toss them in there, I'll stack them.
As a hauler, sure.
Oh, by the time I get over there, it automatically places them. Oh, there we go. Get those over off to the side so I don't. Yeah, they still have that bug where you have to grab it and then ungrab it and then you can place it.
It's something about line of sight I've noticed. If it doesn't have line of sight where you're landing, I think shrouded it. Noticed that myself.
Switch sides here, Zen.
to know how to control the thing, the Atlas, so that it doesn't snap. Sometimes it seems to allow me to control it in that way.
You used to be able to, it was left mouse, right mouse. Left would bring it to you, right mouse you'd have to hold it.
Right. Now it's right mouse chucks the thing like a baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And now, right now, as we're speaking, I got it to do it somehow. I don't know. And now it stopped doing it.
So when it doesn't snap, so if I grab it and the box isn't moving, I let it go right away, grab it one more time when it's in the air, and then it'll let me snap. It'll snap to me.
That's what I do, absolutely.
So that's kind of the workaround.
I'm trying to make it just work like a regular.
Oh,
hand,
sure.
Because I want to finesse a position here that is not on the snap grid.
Mm-hmm. I saw a Reddit post I told Zenrin about. Somebody got the Valkyrie, I believe it was, to hold a 106 SCU, and it's only rated for like 40 or 60.
What is that ship?
It's like the next step up, I would say, from like the Cutlass Black.
Oh, well.
It's a ground assault ship.
Oh, is it a drop ship?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've seen it. It's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Got a good look. Oh, so they turned it into a cargo ship. In their own kind of.
Ben says with the Atlas, you can hold down Z and just your arm will move without needing to turn the whole Atlas.
Hold down Z to do what?
Pivot at the hips. On the Atlas.
Oh, that come in handy.
Yeah.
Definitely. I'm gonna try that as soon as I get out of here.
Oh, good.
It's fun playing shuffleboard with the boxes. Watch some recaps for the PWHL. Women's team this year, they actually have names. Last year, it was more of trying to get the teams out playing games and stuff like that. So their hockey jerseys were just basic. They said, Boston or Montreal. So all this year they actually have names and graphics. So Minnesota is like the Minnesota Frost, and they got the purple. They want to do like Purple Rain, but obviously, even though Mr. Prince has passed away, I'm pretty sure that his family won't let it fly. So
Record company that owns it. He doesn't even own the right. He didn't own. That was one of his big things, is why he changed his name and stuff. It's because they owned the rights to his fucking. That's why he turned into the artist formerly known as.
ah,
Yes. He was. Yeah. So it's part of the reason.
the one
Music industry.
the one article I remember in the news with how much out of touch he was with just life is he couldn't figure out why he couldn't get a giraffe at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
It's a story. Continues. Michael Jackson had the same battles with the music industry, and then he ended up becoming one
Clear
of
as
the
end?
largest owners.
Clear.
Kanye had the same issue with the music industry, and what's her name? Miley Cyrus as well with Disney.
I'm gonna bring
They
up a
own it.
box Zen so we can try out that the Z thing. I'm curious to see.
Yeah, go for it.
Because I still have a ton of that waste material that I still have to bring out to Grimhex to sell when I get in the mood. So,
Old chat's working against 10 o'clock Eastern.
So-
Finally
wow.
fixed that.
let's grab this guy.
Yeah, it wasn't working earlier, so cool. Oh heck, I got to take a I gotta drink some beverages. Gotta have a tasty beverage.
Okay, so Retgar. So I think I should say Mend, formerly known as Retgar,
The artist.
the artist. So if I hold down Z. Okay, yeah. That makes life a lot easier, dude. Thank you for that tip. Holy crap.
Now, if he knows how to make it act like a regular hand tractor beam, great.
Yeah, they changed it up.
It does it at times that I don't.
It's glitched
realize.
out when it does that. It's glitched out. It's not supposed to. But yeah, like before,
I like that mode, though.
yeah, before it was right click and hold, and then you could use the middle mouse button like a tractor beam. And then left was grab it, it would bring it to you, and then you could snap it somewhere. And they got rid of that. You want to check it out, Zen? It's, jump out of here.
No, I'm good. I'll play with it next time. I rarely use
Everybody's
that, but,
doing it. I mean, I did it. Waylon did it. And come on.
Everyone's playing with it.
Nobody's gone blind.
Hanger queue everywhere. There's a hanger queue. I go now.
Evan looks like fun, but it's been too buggy for you. Kept dying from bugs, and now you're in Pyro with your Vulture, but no multi-tool or tractor beam. I've done that quite a few times. Not in Pyro. It's usually like when I go out, I'll throw a tractor beam on my hip with a module. Typically I have another module in my my backpack, and then I'll have one of the max airlift tractor beams on my back. So I don't know how many times one of those two have disappeared on me, which is very frustrating. Do you want to run in and sell, Zen? Then head back out? Or
I don't. No, I don't need anything. I don't have a load. I just dropped off cargo, so I'm gonna hop on my Vulture. And I'm gonna head to the Halo, since that's actually closer than going all the way to Cruel 1.
Okay. The Halo, that's just right outside of that yellow?
It goes through the entire system. So imagine like the rings of Saturn, right?
Okay.
So it's it runs through all the systems. So what you do is you set a waypoint, and there's maps that are available that shows you at which point. So it's a massive asteroid field.
Gotcha.
And so whether you're going from Cruel 1, so you point yourself between, you know, ArcCorp or Cruel 1 or another planet, and it'll tell you how many miles where you'll be at the start or the end of the Halo. So you quantum out there until you hit the mile marker, you drop out of quantum and you do a search, and really hard to find somebody out there. So you're not likely to get a bunch of wrecks and panels that have been picked over.
Sure.
And you're not likely to get harassed by pirates and, you know, people up to no good.
Gotcha.
The only person you're likely to run into are other scrappers and miners.
Okay. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'm going to refuel up here. I'm going to go and do my break time potties for my dog, and then I'll probably just jump to your marker once you get out there. And
yeah, sounds good. Yep.
So I'll do F11. Oh, this all day for me. Landing's been bugged where you have to click over, like wallet or rep, go back to landing, and then try to hit the refueling thing for the restock. And I just want to hit. Yours was glitched, so picking up from a cargo grid from your Atlas acts like a normal tractor beam. Gotcha. Yeah, it kind of comes and goes, doesn't it, Rickar? Or the person formerly known as Rickar.
I need to step away for a second for a bio break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. So you guys are watching. Appreciate you guys' time. I'm going to mute Discord over here. And I'm going to do my break time potties for my dogs. My breaks are usually under 10 minutes. Usually I'm back in like 7. So I got some very cool music put on for you guys. If you're watching over on Twitch, I am 3 followers away from affiliate. If you guys could smash that follow button, I'd greatly appreciate that and then your support. YouTube, you can like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. Support me over there. And yeah, I'll be back in 7 minutes or less. Appreciate you guys' time. You guys are having a good night, and see you in a few.
This bond is solid gold. We're a diamond and an emerald. It took me forever to find you. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest days. The summer's calling. As we wait for the smoke to clear and we watch our dreams appear, I know that we can rise together. This vision that we share is ours. Together we can touch the stars. I know that we will see December. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest days. The summer's calling.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a roll, Savannah. Light is gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a roll, Savannah. I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a roll. Savannah, I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't.
And we are back. Switch over to game. Catch up on chat here. Man, you wish you had diamonds and pearls keeping my company. Oh, wow. My vulture looks like a 12-year-old hockey rink, even after I repaired it. I might actually store it and bring it back up to see if that gets rid of that bug. So landing. Ah, come on. Look. Sure. Thought, do you want me to take my Zeus out and then we can just stock and just stay out longer and maximize our return? No, yeah, no, I know that. What I was saying was Cruel doesn't take me too much to find stuff. Yeah, it's not letting me. I'm gonna see if I can send this down and pull it back up. Oh, nice. Send the vulture. What do I do if it's not gonna? I think maybe I'll just bear with it. No, my my windshield looks like a 12-year-old plexiglass hockey rink that never got changed. So like visibility outside of it is horrible. So yeah, it won't let me. I thought if I jump back in my seat, it might let me repair, but not so much. So I'm just gonna store it and retrieve it. Thanks, man. Gotcha. You should be able to hear everybody now.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Okay, vulture store.
Vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
It's one thing you really don't miss. The reclaimer doesn't do that. Across the glass, at least. Yeah. One of the things that they added for what, wear and tear on the vehicles. So vulture, typically, I mean, if you're able to repair it and stuff,
Your vehicle
it gets rid of it. But it's the landing services is pretty bugged. So Zen, do you actually fracture those ships then? When you come across them?
It's just panels. It's panels. I haven't come across ships, but
Okay.
lots of panels out here.
Gotcha.
Hey, Mark.
Looks like it, nope, didn't repair them. Oh well.
I have
Hey.
the claim was shipped to get rid of.
The other glitch I ran into that was fun is, anytime I open, and just as about to say it, it happens. So anytime I open up a Moby glass or anything, my head is cockeyed at an angle, and I can't reach the... I can't reach the Moby glass. Let's try this again. Jump out. How are you doing this evening, Murph?
Can't complain. Can't complain.
Good deal. There we go. Now I can see my movie glass.
Welcome to the party, Murph.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to deal with much as I don't want to. I am getting appreciation for the advanced HUD display.
I really like it. It's nice.
Mm-hmm. So my shameless plug for you guys over on Twitch that are hanging out, trying to hit my 50 follower goal. I'm 3 away. You guys hit that follow button over there and support me. I'd greatly appreciate it. Plus my puppy dogs has a very nice thank you that'll pop up as well. Men, you wish your girls were awake. Can't wait to move into your new place. Nice. When do you take ownership of your new place? And congrats. I know it's been a struggle. Can't say yet. Gotcha. Holidays are interfering. Why did I stop? Oh, that makes a difference. Also helps if I put my landing gear up. I.
I've done that a million times, wondering like, why am I going so slow? Only to realize my landing gear is
Yep.
still down.
And I'm not used to the new MFDs with like the different icons and stuff, so. Man, you nerd on that. Ooh, someone mute Discord here for a second. Mute the game. And my signature. Okay, let's head back up in atmosphere here. Always looks better on my PC. Your 1080 struggles. Yeah, I got a pretty beefy system, so, and I do put the clouds on photo mode, so it gets rid of that artifacting. Okay. Man, you're looking at upgrading, weren't you? You're still looking at doing that for your system?
Are you jumping to my location?
I am. I think I just passed you. Oh, you're still a little ways out, but not far.
Yeah, you're only going to be 10 million miles from our corp from here instead of going all the way out to 40.
Yeah, I figured I'd give this a try. Because like you said, it's definitely a lot closer than where I usually typically jump to. So just trying to find a signature of 2,000. A lot of rocks out here to mine.
Yeah, this is great for prospector mole mining as well. Same kind of strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got a dumb question. You have things that are called antique, and you have things that are called classic, and there's another one that I can't think of what it is. I'm looking for like a 1970s bathroom fan.
Retro.
Retro? Let's try retro.
Or vintage.
That was it. Vintage and retro. Thank you.
Zach, you got okay performance saying the EPTU, but something must have changed when you went to preview because it's struggling for you now. It's kind of a crapshoot for live now. Some people are having a good time. Some people, good time meaning being able to work around the bugs. Some people are having absolutely awful times where they get stuck in jail or in a hangar and on planet and
$400.
does it come
New
with
bathroom
massage?
vent doesn't cost that much. New one's like $80. Some of them are even like $800. Jesus Christ.
You're sort of trying to decide if you want to. Oh, okay. If you're going to stick with your water cooling or go back to air cooling.
I'm sorry, were you speaking to me?
No, chat.
Okay. Sorry.
That's all right. Zach, for you, it's just bad starting low flames. What's weird is you think it's on client side, servers look alright. It's funny that it'll say, oh, the servers are doing fine, but when we got a black screen earlier today, the launcher says, no, everything's all good in the clear. Ooh, there we go. Finally some panels.
So the status on the RSI website is just a ping to the 3.24 servers, not actually to the 4.0 servers.
Ah.
So yeah, so the whole time it was reporting, all's well when nobody could do anything.
Yeah.
It was so bad yesterday I considered playing pre.
Consider playing what? Sorry.
It was so bad yesterday I considered playing.
Did my thing disappear? Oh, that's nice. My 6,000. Oh, there. Another one popped up. It does seem, men, that larger panels are spawning a lot more prevalent than what they have in the past. Why the heck did that? Huh.
I always turn my headlights on when I'm out here.
Yep.
Because the asteroids can spawn in front of you and makes it easier to see the panels.
Mm-hmm. What the heck? It's definitely a little more finicky trying to find panels.
There's one.
Yeah, I know. It's my controls are all like uber sensitive, and my throttle's not really responding like it should be. I'm uncoupled. My cruise control isn't on. Let's squeeze you over a little bit further. Go. You played Journey to the Center of Yellow with the Reclaimer yesterday? It was hilarious. Yep. Nylon, we're back on the relaxing chill loop of salvaging. My beam spacing will actually work like it's supposed to. Let's back off a little bit. There you go. What the? Zen, do you notice that inertia is just like you move just a little bit and it's like taking you all the way a lot farther than what it usually does? Or is it just
I
me?
haven't noticed that. I think it's just you.
No, great. Hit
Either
C.
turn down your SPM speed or drop your landing gear.
Yeah. It's like for some reason. Oh, oops. Yeah, it's just bugged. I'm gonna just I'm gonna spend more time with the bugs and stuff like that. I'm gonna head back out to Ambitious because
Okay.
yeah, I checked Nealon to see if I was decoupled. I tried switching back and forth a couple times and
Cycle your power.
yeah,
I hate to say like turn it on, turn it off, but have you tried turning it on, turn it off again? But it does work. Or get out of your seat and get back in it.
sure. Well, at least see if I'm ambitious if I can actually land and repair my windshield because the visibility is atrocious.
I can see that.
My windshield is a little beaten up. I think some of it is ice crystals too. I want to say it almost looks like frost on like a windshield. But you figure like when you would land after sitting there for time to unload, it would defrost itself, I guess.
Yeah, sometimes the weather effects don't go away when they should. Right?
Yep.
So.
How's your night going, Dylan? Man, whatever happened to the window washers that jumped out when you stopped at a red light? I think they're on strike right now.
Nobody carries cash anymore.
That's true.
Follow me on my Patreon.
I did get stuck one time. I went in, I think it was at Petco, and I bought some stuff for my dogs and walked out, and girls are selling Girl Scout cookies. I'm like, no, sorry, I don't have cash. I mean, they're like, oh, we have Apple Pay and Google Pay, and I'm like, dang it. And of course, it's, you know, two young girls that have like, they throw like the little sad face up, like, please. And I'm like, okay, you got me. Flip the right way up. There we go, brakes finally worked. Zach, how are the pups doing? They're doing good. They're staying nice and warm and enjoy the extra time with Dad. Kay's been an excellent supervisor for my work week, working from home. It's amazing. I guess that's gonna be on the other side, isn't it? Yep. I think. Yep, other side. Okay, hopefully it'll let me refuel up here.
Landing gear down.
Okay, let's pivot around here. It's like I almost have like a torque imbalance where like one side of my vulture's leaning to one side and it wants to just flip over.
Landing complete.
Okay. Oh, good. I can use landing services here just fine. Almost.
Quantum fuel is at 100%.
I would assume, men, that's probably just a group, and there's just one individual in charge, and they kind of just drop them off and then pick them up and pull the money. So the repair didn't work either.
I mean, my plan is just to run back to the TD, to the cargo thing, store it, and then come right back out, and I'm not going back to the TDD until the end of the night.
Yeah, I don't plan on. I'm just gonna bank stuff up.
Your systems are offline. Interplanetary craft. Launch complete.
Yeah, like the back portion of my ship is wow, this isn't even working either. Huh, that's weird. Oh, everybody's haven't had bugs for a while, or not game breaking, so
Landing gear.
switch over to scanning. And yeah, Amanda, I would assume so as well. Why am I... I'm going.
Yeah, a big part of the skill of this game is knowing the bugs and working around them for sure.
Yep. That's for sure. Okay, back into scanning mode. There's an 8,000. Let's see, I think these are priority going to be hit, but we'll see. Oh, these are full. Ben, working on the bugs is part of the game. That's a puzzle you'd like to solve. I can't wait till the EPTU gets the first iteration of base building and crafting, or at least base building and mining or farming. That's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think the way they're going to balance that is the high quality stuff is only going to be available from physical people. And, you know, the NPC stuff will be available, but it'll be mid-range kind of thing. Right? So it gives a price premium for people who engage in the activity.
Yep. That's a good route to take, I think. because the players are putting in the effort. You know, mining will actually mean something and stuff, and salvaging for RMC and all that good stuff, and finally all this stuff will actually have a purpose.
Butterfly effect will start kicking. The mafioso control of crew L1 will kick in a bit.
Yeah, they were having some pirates trying to, you know, deny access, and I mean, I've seen that before. We even had a pirate over a planet that we were mining on, basically threatening every miner that unless they all paid him 50 grand, you know, they wouldn't leave the planet. He was going to chase them all down. So,
But, you know, once you get that player-driven economy, you're going to have orgs that are going to want to control areas so they can produce and sell.
yep. And that's going to be pyro
Yeah.
for a lot, right? Yeah.
Yep. High risk, high reward. I'm definitely just gonna stay in the Stanton system because I don't want my base to get raided and
Yep.
lose any progression. If there's something I need to get in Pyro, then I'll chance it myself by going there and, you know, picking it up or going over the ship that I need to, because I'm not sure about claiming and stuff, how that's all gonna work once everything gets sorted out. And just, you know, farm for the materials and cross my fingers and head back, and when I got most of the stuff used up and whatever's extra, I just go ahead and put it in the for sale.
Yeah, it sounds like people are just camping outside the jump gates, attacking players as they come through, so definitely think CIG is going to put a compensating control in there, right?
Yeah, I wish the gates look like what the initial well, they're gonna be adding more gates, right?
The concept, yeah.
Yep, so those ones will eventually be the protected ones, and then they'll have other ones that are a little less, that have like the rings with like the guns around them and stuff.
They also talked about having some organic ones that only appear for a limited time.
Mm-hmm.
So they spawn up and you'll discover them, and they'll take you to different places that they won't be on the map. So should be interesting.
There we go.
I'll be interesting to see how long it takes them to put up the Nix system, right? After Pyro.
Yeah. 'Cause, I mean, Pyro was running a heck of a lot better than what it was. You know, every time they dropped a new patch and they got more information and stuff, it got better and better. And they have the planet tech in place now. And it's, you know, every little iteration gets a little better, so creating a system, I mean, they can probably create planets, like, you know, in a month or so, maybe create a solar system, but those planets aren't going to be populated. You know, it's still going to take time to put POIs in and stuff.
Yeah, and they were talking about unique ecosystems, and so each planet's different. It'll be interesting to see how it progresses.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the space rhino that they posted? The big horn on its top?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
I'll have to find the image, and I think it was an SC News, but I could be wrong. But it looked like a little different variation of the space cow. But with a big horn on its head. And like I was telling Zen earlier, I was watching Space Tomatoes, and he actually got from Pyro to Stanton, and he was jumping to Area 18, and he got interdicted. And that was the first time I actually saw somebody getting interdicted. And he got ganked.
Been interdicted 3 times.
Really? Wow.
I escaped everything.
If they're NPCs, they're easy to defeat. It's the players that are tougher.
Mm-hmm.
They were in the last one was in Mariah, new Mariah ship, so I figured it was a player. There's 2 ships actually. Get an eyeball on the ship.
So we got that one up there. Okay, we're clear here. Let's go find the next signature. So we got 19 and 18 and another 18, 2018. Oh, 8,000 works for me. So we can find something bigger. Let's try these guys over here. 1134. Medjun, you have yet to be interdicted? Yeah, me too. I've been pretty lucky.
I think it's fun.
So when somebody interdicts you, I mean, obviously they pull you out, but can they see what kind of a ship they're interdicting? So they can be somewhat discretionary as far as what they pull out? What was that?
So the situations that I was interdicted, they were at points of travel, like orbital markers.
Mm-hmm.
So I land on the orbital marker, and then they see me land.
Gotcha.
You know? I don't know about the netting. I would call it a net, where you would. I don't know if you can do it en route too.
Yeah, you can. They pull you out of quantum, so they'll sit between a common route like Cruel 1 and Crusader, right? And they'll stop about halfway or 2/3 of the way, and then they'll set up the snare. And anything passing through there, they'll pull out of quantum. And if they don't think you're interesting, they'll let you go, like nothing happened. You restart. And if you've got something, then they'll attack you and try to contact you and to take a call and tell you what their demands are.
Yeah, that was my Starfarer, Starlancer.
Yep, that's a perfect ship for. That's exactly what a target would be, because they know you're loaded with cargo, and they can scan you and find out what your cargo is as well.
Yeah, I thankfully got away, reacted quickly. I think is what it was. Yeah. They get shot a bunch of times. They were trying to kill me.
Zach, you've seen
They wanna
folks
cripple you,
actually
right, so
hiring
they can get the
escort pilots
cargo.
now. Gotcha, especially for the Stanton Pyro runs. Pretty cool. Yeah, it's another game loop, right?
What is a hauler that?
There's a big panel there. Zach's excited to see all the new pieces come together. Little by little, right? The next big one will be base building, so when we go out and we salvage and mine, there'll actually be a point.
And after that would be elevators at work.
No, probably not.
Contracts that function. Maybe this ship that everyone talks about, the Paladin, will come out.
Sure.
It's
That's
the
the-
merchant man that everybody's waiting for.
What's that merchant?
The alien ship, but it's like a big shopping mall in space, so multiple levels, and shops, and everything else. So you'd be able to set up, and people would dock and come in and
Oh, that's cool.
for all the stuff you craft, and yeah.
Oh, you can have your own shop.
Yep.
Okay, I dig it.
Yep.
They're gonna do the same thing on your base too, kind of like Fallout 76, where you can have your own vending machine type, set up your own shop there. People can go and buy your crafted materials, the ships you've crafted, or plans and blueprints, and
You know what I'm conflicted on with the merchantman versus the space station shop thing? The merchantman you could move. Where once you put the space station, I think it's pretty much wherever it is, that's where it is.
Yep.
but
So
with
I mean, the idea of a space station is nice, but if you start thinking about it, you're sitting there going, well, you know what? If I for whatever reason need to change my location because I don't know, maybe you built the station in not the greatest spot. You know, maybe your point was to get customers and you're not really getting customers.
have a good night, Zach.
The ship.
Thanks
you
for
can move.
stopping in. I hope you have a wonderful holiday. If I don't see you, Zach.
Yeah, you'll certainly have to take a lot of that into account.
I really like the idea of the space station, but like I said, then I started thinking about it, going, you know,
So we have, in my other game I play, we have tens of thousands of player-owned station. It's a lot of thought process that goes through placement of them all. A lot of them end up being along trade routes, selling fuel and everything else you need. Some places end up being trade hubs organically due to the high industrial activity. Kind of just end up happening, but yeah, it'd definitely be hard to speculate on that until the whole economy is built and everything's running.
Yeah, 100%. But I play to be a stay-at-home astronaut, not to have a second home in space. So I have no interest in base building or stations, but I'm happy to visit.
Well, certainly, I think the big strength, and we see this evident in other games, is organizational run stations that are, all that stress is kind of spread out among the people who want to do that. You know, maintain. Some people want to maintain stations, you know, and stuff like that. You know.
Yep.
I kind of want to have like a little plot somewhere just to kind of like plop myself down, just have like a little garage place I could, you know, tinker with stuff. But nothing like huge, not like a gigantic base, just like somewhere out of the way, maybe where it's daylight, you know, 90% of the time. Just so that whenever I log into the game, maybe I could have like a craft bench there or something, just to kind of, you know, do like smaller messing around things. But it's also going to depend on how the crafting itself is going to work.
Right. Whether you
I don't
can
know.
obtain everything you need close by, or
I don't know. I think
yeah.
I think I just like the idea of just having like a little place in the game that I can go and just kind of hang out and, you know, fart around.
Yeah.
Man, do you have no desire to set up your own station? Excited to visit other players' stations? Yeah, I think more of the space stations, because those are going to take a lot of resources. I think those are going to be more org owned.
Yeah, but they're also going to need protection, restocking, resources, security, all that fun stuff. And like you said, it would require, I think, of quite a large org to manage that. Maybe something like the size of like the garden has a pretty big org, you know, maybe like that size. Just you're gonna need a lot of people.
Yep.
No, it depends
You know,
too,
if
like
you're-
where you're putting it. If you have like a smaller, medium-sized org in Stanton, where you don't have to worry about protection and stuff, I can see that.
Yeah, but I don't know if 20, like say a 20-person org's gonna cut the mustard. I think it's gonna have to be like in the hundreds.
Well, it all depends on how they do it.
Yeah, this is true too. We don't know a lot about how they're gonna structure it as yet.
You're speaking about Stanton like it's going to be a secure place.
Yes.
I guess I'm unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think so. I think the secure place you're gonna have is gonna be Terra. I think Stanton's kind of lawless, lawful, kind of like that in between.
No,
You know, where Pyro
Pyro is
Yeah, I
lawless.
think so.
Yeah, they've already said
No,
that.
no, no.
that can't-
But I'm saying Stanton. I don't think it's gonna be like lawful. I think it's gonna be like the in between lawful, lawless, where you have Pyro, which is lawless,
Certainly
and then
not
what was
lawless.
that?
No.
What was that
Lawful.
other one called? Not Terra, but there was a
Nyx.
Nyx. I think it
Nyx.
was. I think Nyx was supposed to be lawless as well, but was it less so than Pyro? I don't remember now.
No idea offhand.
You know how we'll be able to tell how lawless each one is? Just gonna have to look at the property taxes. That'll tell you.
Well, Pyro will be based around factions and who you align with, and basically paying for your protection after you've aligned with a certain faction.
Yes, but it's still lawless. Factions are
Yep.
not really the law. They're kind of the law of the land, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like, for lack of a better descriptor, you know, like the Walking Dead type of system. If that makes sense. Where you
Yep.
had these groups and, you know,
Yeah, man, I'm not sure. It'd be cool to see what kind of different types of architecture they have in the game.
Engines online.
I don't think they're gonna have all that much. I think a lot of it is gonna be pretty much copy paste.
I think it'll be like that to start out with, but I think there'll be different
Yeah.
variations.
Maybe later on once they stabilize everything, but
1.0
Early on,
will
it's gonna
have different.
pretty similar.
But the way they run things, they're gonna have 800 different space stations before we get working elevator.
Mm.
They're full art.
You know, you gotta keep in mind that it's pre-alpha. I'm not gonna bash the game and stuff like that, and I get kind of sick of people bashing the game with the elevators. It's pre-alpha. You know, that's just the way the game is.
Yeah, but it's really difficult though for people to test things. So let's say they put in all these interesting new bases and they're all different and the elevators don't work. Well, how can you test it if you can't get out of the system to go test it?
When
'cause
Pyro
the elevator
initially
doesn't
came out
work?
and elevators weren't working at all, the next day they had a patch and the elevators were working most of the time. And they broke and then they fixed it, they patched again, elevators were working even better. It all comes
No,
in
but
waves.
But my point is, though, I think where he was coming from is, if you can't test it, if the what is the word I'm looking for? If the ability to get to where you need to test isn't functioning, I think that's what he was getting at. Like the trains are still really messed up, and it's been a long time, and people get stuck. So like they put out a patch and they want to test Pyro, but people can't get off the planet. So they're really going to have to focus in on fixing that so that people can get out of the stations and can get off the planets to go test all that other stuff that needs to be tested.
Sure, and the devs mentioned for 4.0 for the preview and stuff that they're just basically collecting data and we're in a sandbox, you know, just like it.
Also, you have to keep in mind that they're changing some of the code. And whenever you go changing code, it's always a mess. And there's just nothing you could do about that. You just got to kind of muddle through the mess until they straighten it out. Because once you go in and you start editing original code and trying to take out, stuff, it just gets all buggered up. And that's not even their fault. It's just kind of the nature of the beast.
Well, and rest assured, I wouldn't be playing the game if I didn't like it. But
Oh, I know.
It doesn't exceed it from.
No, some people really do bash it. I mean, they have like entire channels dedicated to bashing it to the point where it's like literally.
Where I'm coming from.
Yeah,
really
no, I
more
don't.
of a sarcastic joke about.
Yeah,
They're really work. It seems like they work pretty unfocused, but.
I didn't think you're being, serious about it. I kind of got that you were joking about it, but yeah, it's hard. Code is just such a pain in the neck sometimes. I mean, something as simple as picking up a cup and drinking out of it could be like this large chunk of code. Now go find that one little error, that one little character that's messed up in there that's making it all bugged out.
Man, Nyx is
then you
supposed to
throw in
be more secure than Pyro, but not as much as Stanton, from what you understand. I think it'll be more like Starfield parts will be modular, and the players will be able to put together in some interesting ways. Yeah, I think they have that, and they also have like they'll eventually, you'll be able to customize certain aspects of the color to match like your org and stuff like that. I don't think it's to be really drastic. I think it's just maybe like a couple stripes on the ship, or the building structure or whatever that you'll be able to customize. I think that's what how they had it explained, at least at that point for CitizenCon. Not just a code, but adding something can easily conflict with something else, and the devs have to find the conflict before they can resolve it.
Yep. Yeah, that's another and then you have different developers. So you have one guy working on code for 2 years, then you know that guy leaves for whatever reason, family reasons, whatever reason, doesn't matter. And a new guy comes in. Now that guy needs to translate that guy's code, because even though everybody's taught the same code, everybody has like their unique style of doing it. It's kind of like you could paint the same thing. You could have 5 people paint the same thing, and there are these slight differences, whether it be brush strokes or just the way they mix color. And now that new person has to first figure out this person's code and then find where an error is, or if they put new code in to do something else, it conflicts with something previously and you got to go find it. And I think the train system and the elevators, since they're the oldest, they're going to be the most temperamental, and it's just something we have to suck up and deal with.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to get away a little bit of that with the spawning right directly in your hangar.
Yeah, and I think that's why they did it, so that they can actually focus on that code and just have people spawn directly in there, so they could like totally rip it apart, break it apart, and put it back together again. So I think that's what they're working on. That's the impression I get anyway.
I get everything everyone's saying, but I want to make one point. The perspective from somebody who isn't technically literate in code or anything to do with computers, and fresh and new to the game. Like, for instance, anyways, the first impression they get is they come to try to get to their hangar, and then the elevator doesn't work. And I'm speaking from my experience.
Sure.
And literally, when I that's literally the first thing that happened to me. I couldn't use the elevator. So it kind of is stuck in my head, and I think to myself, and it's from my own quality control, I would want the first initial 5 minutes of something we've produced, and I know this is alpha. We keep saying that, but we would just hope we would just hope, I guess, and we could hold someone. I mean, I don't know. I just hope the elevator works. That's fine.
And that's been like the ongoing thing with Star Citizen since I joined, and know Zeneran's been around a lot longer than I have. It's always been a pain point in the game that never gets refactored.
Well, I don't think
really
it's that they don't refactor
Sure.
it. I think sometimes they're afraid to touch it because they're afraid of making it worse, and they want to still show that look, we're still making progress in the game. So they just like put patch on top of patch on top of patch. And now they got to go through all those patches and sort it out.
I think
it's just going to take them time.
When they get back from their break and look at, so when the game initially, the 4.0 preview went live, I played it maybe a few hours after it went live. It was flawless. I had no issues. Everything was so snappy. But once we started piling on the players, because everybody was getting home from work, then the databases started getting bogged down because there's so many people joining. So, and maybe the answer is a little bit cleaner code and some more servers.
But you know what also is another problem? You have the persistence, which is great because things persist. But you got people running out of their habs, running down, changing their clothes, and dumping their gowns and dumping bottles all over the place. And this is extra memory that the servers are keeping there because it needs to persist. You know, the PC doesn't know, okay, the server doesn't know, okay, this is something we really should delete. So the gowns sit there. Sometimes you go, like, 2-3 days later, there's still the gowns sitting there.
The gowns
And
they've actually worked on.
So
gowns.
And that was by design. So they want to put a lot of objects in the game, and the only way to stress test it was with the junk to test that.
But if people want the servers to run better, they could just clean up their gowns and the bottles after themselves, and things will run better.
But at the same time, they're still
There you
testing,
go.
tracking all that stuff.
Yep. Yeah, it's a balance, you know. It really is a balance. I remember one time seeing, I don't remember who it was. I was kind of lurking in somebody's stream or somebody's Discord, and they walked in and somebody had dumped like, I don't know, like 30 or 40 picos in the middle of the floor somewhere. There's just free picos
And
for anybody to take.
I have to say something too. Star Citizen are the ones who told me it's now playable.
Well, it
It is playable. We're playing
it
it.
is
I
playable.
know,
Yeah.
exactly. So they have moved the goalposts, is what I'm saying.
No, you acknowledge every time you log into the game.
Yep.
You don't read that EULA, that this is a game in progress and stability is optional and we're here to test it.
Yep.
That's what we're here for.
Whether how far they moved it by saying it's playable, but it's a different vocabulary that they're using currently.
But you know, people have the option. If they don't like it, they just don't play it. Get your refund.
I mean, I put about 6 hours in today of playing this game. I would say it's playable.
Oh God!
And I've been playing all weekend, and I haven't had
60
any major issues that, you know, that's bothered me. I just really, just to make the point, I don't want a bitch session on my stream.
I get it.
So if you get, the people can watch Salty Mike and stuff, and I'm actually getting pretty fucking frustrated right now. So, and I've seen quite a few, about 7 or 8 viewers drop out as well. So I'm gonna take a break and reset. Guys, I'm gonna send you over to the be right back screen. I'm gonna let my dogs out. I'm gonna catch you guys back in about 10 minutes or less. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you guys' time. I'll see you guys in a few.
Run,
the stars.
The summer's calling. The summer's calling. If the kingdom is overthrown, meet me at the cornerstone. I know that I can't be without you. This bond is solid gold. We're a diamond and an emerald. It took me forever to find you. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest days. The summer's calling. As we wait for the smoke to clear and we watch our dreams appear, I know that we can rise together. This vision that we share is ours. Together we can touch the stars. I know that we will see December. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest days. The summer's calling.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name. Grass green and so alive. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah.
Well, Savannah, one of my favorite songs on the playlist. Okay, guys, let's switch over. game audio back up. That always helps, right? And we're back to scraping panels. Oh, my game audio isn't. There we go. Now the game audio is back. The beam spacing is very touchy the last few days.
I thought there was a way to adjust it, I think with mouse scroll.
Yep. And then I have, for Buzzkiller's bindings on my right joystick, the knob dial on the middle one on the bottom, because we have the same joysticks. That's what I use for the beam spacing, for the salvaging. And then for mining, it's opposites on my left-hand side.
Well, I got a survey question for you. When you approach a panel and you're on the wrong side of the panel,
Mm-hmm.
do you flip it over? Do you fly to the other side of it? Or do you just, you know, mine through it? Like you scrape through it, you know, because you can still scrape it, right? Even if
Sure.
you're not on the side.
I like doing the ballet dance, putting my speed limiter down, just kind of dancing around the panels a little bit. I know you can use the tractor or the ready grip tractor module. I've seen other people use it. I've never used that at all. How about yourself? Have you used the ready grip?
I have, and I use it for smaller panels.
Okay.
I'm kind of torn. That's why I asked. Is like I can see the benefits of both, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you know you have to right click and then you have to wait for everything to flip over, right? And then you know you use just like you would with a tractor beam, right? You you hold F and then you rotate it, right? But I was just curious what you were doing.
Oh,
What works
sure.
well for you.
Yeah, no, I went with one of the gentlemen on stream that had the recliner. It wasn't Rekar. Hey, Rekar, you're back over on YouTube. Not formerly known as Rekar. And he gave me a tour of his reclaimer and stuff, and he was using the Ready Cinch, but I think it makes a lot more sense for that because you got to, you know, it's such a big ship, you got to grab all those panels and bring them towards you and stuff. More power to people that do the solo reclaimer. That's a lot of patience right there. But I have noticed that most of the signatures for the panels, they usually show up in somewhat tight clusters. You still get some of the larger ones that are like in the 24 to 30,000s are a little more spread out, kind of like a horseshoe shape. So, Rekar, you're back on your PC now that your girls are awake. You can finally see what I'm complaining about on my glass. Yeah, looks like a pretty worn hockey rink piece of plexiglass. So when you use your reclaimer, are you using the tractor beam to pull the panels in for you? It's a lot of fun. Great for those who want to live in their ship. Sure. That's the only time I've been in a reclaimer. I was in a reclaimer at IAE. I rented it just to go through it and stuff. And then I think the next day somebody on stream was like, hey, I got a reclaimer, and got a hold of me and chat, and we met over the Ambitious, and he took me out, and I had got lost in when I was going through it originally. So he gave me a pretty cool tour. But that's a big ship. And I couldn't believe like how it almost towers a Polaris. Which is crazy. Filler station's full. Okay, throw our shields up. How's salvaging going in the belt? More like Freddy Krueger got a hold of my glass. You know what? I've never watched any of the Freddy Krueger movies. I was too much of a pansy when I was younger for the scary movies. I did watch like the first initial like 2 Saw movies, but after like the third one, the gore just got. I mean, it was pretty realistic, and that's just started. I couldn't watch it anymore. there's that one horror movie where they kidnap people, and it's over like in Eastern Europe or something like that. And oh, there's like an underground for like rich people to go and torture them. Oh my god, I could not get through that movie. Let's see if I can shift this over here. Maybe not. Oh, I messed up my stacking. There we go. 4.0, they're working good. So you've been tractoring them a lot. Good, nice. You find a lot of panels, they are spaced perfectly, so you can get one panel with one turret and the other with the other. So grab this guy and throw him over here. Let's continue injecting these guys out. I think after I do this, I'm gonna take the prospector out for the first time. And check that guy out. It looked like the UI in the prospector was like very neon and in your face as far as like the color scheme. So I'd say almost like bubblegum. It's kind of how it struck me a little bit. Okay, we'll grab this guy and throw him up. There we go. Yeah, that one guy on YouTube that does like the mining university, I think his video's like almost an hour long. Yeah, he goes really in depth, and I watched a little bit of it. But I think I actually have to watch and like take some notes because there's so much information that he goes through.
Yeah, he really does a great job. Anybody interested in mining, you know, I've been every time there's a patch, I look up his stuff, and he's got some great resources on his Discords too.
And the tools like the community has made for like tracking RMC and stuff. It'd be nice to see them. Maybe, I don't know, do you think eventually they'll let third party, something like that, be in the game? Or I suppose they'll probably craft their own version of it. But probably not, I don't know. I'm not sure if they would.
Well, I mean, they can make an API that lets people access the data. I think at this stage, there's a security risk, and you know that's the world I live in.
Yep.
Right? So there's a security risk of, you know, making a publicly available API and then having it exploited. So
Sure.
there's a lot they need to do for that. But I think we've seen in the hauling missions where it's really nice to have a sort tool, you know, even offline, you know, yes, there's lots of opportunity there. And I think as the universe gets bigger and everything else, there's certainly going to be need for it. It's just too early right now.
Yeah. So what was the consensus? They said, was it 2 years still away from Squadron?
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, I think you're going to see Squadron and 1.0 release about the same time.
Yeah.
So even if they're close or could release Squadron now, they know that's going to be between the marketing push that they do. They want you to play Squadron and then jump into the multiplayer. Right?
Exactly. Yep.
So they'll release together. In my 2 cents.
No, I totally agree. That's good. That'd be the smart play because people get done with the game and be like, "Oh, that was it. That was epic," and then be like, "Oh, wait, I can play this for real online with progression and stuff and be a part of it."
Especially if you get an F8C for finishing the game. Right.
That's right. There was supposed to be a special edition, correct? If you finish the game.
Correct.
2026.
How many games have we played that were single player that we would, oh, I wish there was a multiplayer version of this, right?
Exactly.
It's just smart marketing.
Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a few games. I think the other group that I run with, well, you know the guys, Wolfie and them. Right now, their Indiana Jones is their big go-to game, and they've get some good reviews on it. Obviously, Wolfie, he's a big Indiana Jones fan and stuff, but they said it's cross between like Tomb Raider and Uncharted, and didn't really run into too many bugs. Because I kind of asked them, like, is it a game that they put out just to put out a game, just to make money on the name, or is it actually like playable? And they said their experience has been pretty darn good. But I've been kind of holding back on single player. Like, I got Stalker and stuff. I don't really play Tarkov anymore because I switched over to PvE a long time ago once it was available and stuff. But there really isn't any, at least in my eye, any really great multiplayer games that have come out this year, at least. You know, like next year is like the big ones, Grand Theft Auto. That's just not my cup of tea. I don't think I've ever played a Grand Theft Auto. Red Dead Online was really fun to play as a group.
Well, just imagine if, like, you just finished Cyberpunk and then there's an MMO.
Oh my god, that would have been huge. That would definitely be a game that, like, the group and stuff would play together. Because, like, our biggest game was 76 for a while. And then the real big one for us was Division. Division 2. And I remember we would spend, oh my gosh, we'd be up till 2 in the morning. We'd all have to work the next day. But we were just, you know, trying to grind out a mission for either a drop or just a, one of them, they had a tower, was 100 floors. And you had to clear out each one of the floors, and you go to the next floor. And it was basically as you got higher up, and you know, the difficulty went up. And I remember we were like playing that till like 2 or 3 in the morning and stuff. But they did, like, that game, it was perfect for the multiplayer. It was seamless. You could get in with your buddies right away. It wasn't, I mean, there was grinding, but I enjoyed it for myself and stuff. I always like the third person shooters. I don't really care about the first person so much. But Enshrouded was fun. I don't think you played that game at all.
No, not Shrouded. Nope.
It's kind of like a different version of Valheim, I guess. That kind of genre. We enjoyed playing that. And I like that game because you weren't grinding for food and water just to stay alive, where you spent, you know, you game for 8 hours and you spent literally 6 of those hours just trying to stay alive with food and water. I just can't do that game loop anymore. It's just not fun. But the people that made No Man's Sky, they're coming out with an MMO that's supposed to be literally the size of the Earth as far as distance for travel to walk on foot. It's supposed to be just huge, and the previews look really cool for it. I haven't seen too much information out on it as of late. Recar Crisis and Halo got you hooked on FPS? I think I played Halo once. I used to be a big Xbox player. And my game in there was Gears of War. I loved Gears of War. Okay, so we got that panel. We gotta find one more panel to fill up, and then we can head on back.
Yeah, I finished my first 13.
Nice.
So I should be able to find another spot and wrap up.
Cool. I thought about taking a salvaging contract for a ship. So I'm kind of debating after I drop this load off if I want to take the prospector out or if I want to try a ship contract. I think they're like $1,000. Oh, I might take a ship contract because I haven't used the fracturing portion of actually breaking down a ship for quite a long time. I think I tried salvaging a ship once with a contract, but then I found that money wise I could just make more money just salvaging panels.
Yep, 100%.
But I know that some of the ships actually have cargo on them that can be profitable, but I think with that you almost go
I
ahead.
think that's the other way you're going to get ship components, other than going
Sure.
into pyro.
So for the new ship components, are they basically taking like grade A military and they'll putting those beyond like the contested zones? Is that kind of what you
Grade A, grade B, yeah. Yep.
Regard, go to unverified and pick up tar pits contract. You don't have to pay for. Okay. Is there a lot of risk in that though? The kind of like a risk reward type thing. Because like the vulture would basically be a sitting duck as far as, unless you have like 5 people with rail guns on it, you might stand a chance.
I thought they were supposed to make the introductory salvage contracts no fee, right? To start to build your reputation. So you don't have
Sure.
to pay for them, but after the rookie phase, you do.
Yeah, kind of like your initial inductory for bounty hunting, right? Or mercenary, is it? I remember if it's mercenary or bounty. Basically, the one that unlocks you to be able to do the call to arms every time.
That's mercenary.
Okay. Because I did that inductory contract, I think it was yesterday. And I think you had jumped on, and I just finished it, but I had like 2 or 3 other ships. So I was taking out the main guy. The other 2 took out my quantum drive, so I wasn't able to go anywhere. And I think that's when I asked you, because I haven't really backspaced a lot in the game and stuff. So that's when I had asked you if I lose everything if I backspace out. So, and I think I just logged out of the game. I think that was the answer, and then I just got put at I think back at the Ambitious Dream Station or something.
Yeah, I only backspace when I'm stuck, when I don't have a choice. But the logging out is supposed to simulate you getting rescued or, you know, flying back to your station, that kind of fun stuff,
Okay.
right? You can keep your gear, so.
Gotcha. Rekar, now they give you an hour to salvage a ship before UEE comes to investigate. Okay. I'd wanted to try out the missing persons and stuff, but if I remember right, those weren't really showing up because the missions are right now are just kind of they're either there or they're not type thing. So
I've done some of those, they're interesting. At the rookie level, you don't get a lot of NPC hostiles, but
okay,
once you move up a little bit, like, you're gonna get NPCs there in the
Okay.
hull, and it's interesting because you'll have a Starfare or you'll have a big ship, but it's flipped over, it's upside down, it's in pieces.
hmm
And if you've never been on that ship before, finding your way around it is really interesting.
Gotcha.
You know, there's cables hanging, and you know, there's debris everywhere. It's really interesting sort of mission if you like FPS, right?
Sure.
And there are loot boxes everywhere, and some of them have little puzzles where
okay.
you get to figure out a code, right? And or figure out like where this stuff is at. They can be fun.
Huh.
But
Do you
some
get-
of them are like you got to scan all the survivors to find the specific, like the family sending you out, right?
Okay.
And you got to find some stuff. So it's an interesting mission loop.
hmm
Or you got to find the flight recorder kind of thing, and then bring the flight recorder back to Area 18 or somewhere, right?
Okay. Yeah, there's quite a few mission stuff that I haven't really done outside of the typical, like mining, like we had talked about. That was really the first time I tried it, other than, you know, when we had I initially had hooked up with you a couple years ago as far as checking out the game and stuff. But that was actually the last time I did mining. So I remember we did that, and we did bunkers. Salvaging wasn't in the game and stuff. It's crazy, you know, in that period, how much more stuff is actually added into the game as far as
Yeah,
game
it's
loops
been-
and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, it's really amazing to think about, and I think when you're playing it monthly and you're doing this, you know, every day or every week, you don't it doesn't seem like it's that rapid pace, but just in the last 2 months, it's been amazing what they've added and just how fast Pyro has changed.
Mm-hmm.
It's so now that Squadron 42's done, and they're focused on, you know, on the game, and they get to reuse those assets. I just think we're in for an amazing year.
Yeah. It was a nice 14,000. Yep, I just need one little panel left. Ricard, you think you're gonna jump in, see if you can get your reclaimer out of Orison jail? If you need help, let me know. I'll come over and help you out. God, it's beautiful watching the panels kind of spawn in and they're catching the sun. I ended up, so I did reshade, put that on earlier today to try it out, and I think I like just the stock, the way CIG has it, and then I can, because it can enable HDR with the reshade in, everything, otherwise everything is, you can't see anything whatsoever. It's like a big trip fest. And I thought about switching back over to Vulcan. But when you salvage panels, you don't see the material come off the panels. They just get like a lighter gray or tan or beige or whatever you want to call it.
That's not good.
No, I had the hardest time. I was just driving me nuts. And I'd been using Vulcan for quite a bit, and then one of the individuals on stream's like, "Oh, I had that problem. Switch over to DX9," and he was right. I did that, and it was back. Everything was back to normal. Okay, heading back to Area 18. REA 18, and R for route. There we go. Yeah, this year should be exciting. Just the infancy of base building and mining and stuff. Those just game mechanics and crafting. I'm sure it's going to be, I mean, they said Q1, but I'm pretty sure we might be able to see it in Q1 if they let Evo stream like they've been letting them do with Pyro and stuff. That'll be cool to see. And then I'm assuming hopefully by the end of the year or summer, we'll actually be able to, you know, like the initial versions will be just kind of in the game. So like once they get all the bugs kind of worked out and a lot more stable for the preview one, that'll go to live. It'll be the only live one, and then the next preview will come up, and that'll be you know, with the base building or whatever features.
Yeah, it should be interesting. So, I mean, we've got the New Year celebration coming up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll do the Valentine's Day thing, and then March is the military ship show. So, wonder what they'll have by then.
Oh, I'm shooting for Ironclad. I'd pretty much melt everything except for my Vulture for an upgrade to an Ironclad, if it was as epic as it looks.
Yeah, fingers crossed for you, bud.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm sure that's still probably going to be a year or so out. Because I think once it makes sense for was it the Pioneer is crafting on it, and there's that other ship that has kind of like the flat dock or flat top look to it. That'll be for base building, where it lands, and then you can actually extract minerals from the the landing gears and stuff. Is that something you'd be looking at? I know you want to be more space based. Is that a ship you'd consider being able to land, extract what you need, go back up, and then live on your ship and craft? Or
I just want to be in space. I don't really want to do a lot on,
gotcha.
So, yeah, I know that they had the refinery ship. Can't remember the name of it at the moment, but I did pledge for it. I'm still waiting for it. It's in concept. But that was more about, supporting mining operations in space, right? Where we can have, you don't have to go all the way to go get your, to get your ore processed. You can just process it in space and then take that directly down to Crusader or ArcCorp. I think that'll make a huge difference, right?
Sure. Way, you getting any closer to your vulture, money wise? Hoping, well, at least this will be my last run with the vulture, because I'll take the prospector, unless maybe I'll grab the ship. I'm hoping that odds are it's not going to work, but I'm hoping when I land and try to repair and store it and go to the TDD to sell and then pull it back up, I'll actually be able to see out of my windshield.
Here's hoping.
Yeah, it'll probably be a tomorrow thing when I log in. That's all right.
Do an insurance claim on it. Leave it outside on one of the pads.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, I could jump in my Zeus and take my Zeus over. For some reason, my Zeus hasn't been coming up when I've been trying to spawn it at like any of the stations. At least not earlier today and yesterday. So see if that's working.
Mine comes up, but it's halfway through the pad, which is a little frustrating. So what I've been doing is it works fine on the planets, but on the remote stations, I pick up another ship first, and then store that one if it spawns correctly, and then pull up my Zeus.
Oh, I love nighttime in Area 18. It's a lot easier to see the landing pad. Got better at Orison, or at Lorville. Finding the landing pad there, just looking for the rectangular of banner lights or whatever. The cloud station, I always have an absolute nightmare trying to find the landing pad in there.
Yeah, that's a challenge here.
Yeah. I don't know how many times I've tried, because when I was going to outfit the earlier, outfitting the Cuddy Black and my ship fleet with components, a lot of the components were there. And I'd fly in, and I'd be flying around everywhere just to see that Armistice icon pop up so I could call in a landing. Yeah, go out tomorrow and do my last little bit of Christmas shopping. Or I should say my Christmas shopping. I haven't done Christmas shopping yet. I find that as I've gotten older, I always wait till the last minute.
I just do it online.
Yeah.
I don't want to go anywhere near a mall.
But typically, like when I have in my house and stuff. My sister and I are really good at woodworking and all that good stuff. Um, so one of the family things would be we'd make a handmade gift and stuff. So like one year, God, I made some pretty cool things for my nieces. I used my Cricut, and a what would it be called? So it's like a picture frame, but it's a lot deeper, like a display box. And I used foam core and did layers and put LED lights in there, so you got kind of like a really cool like a scene, like a 3D scene and stuff for like a light. So I did those a couple times. I did pipe lamps,
That's
which
cool.
were
Yeah,
really
that's kinda cool.
Yeah, I did pipe lamps that were really popular, and I could probably sell them. But the price of electrical components nowadays and stuff, I think to get my money out, I'd be at like $70.
Ouch.
Yeah, because black pipe isn't cheap. It's not horrible, but it's not the cheapest material. I remember building my first house and dropping over $1,000 on wire, just the big, 50-yard spools or whatever they came in, just to do the electrical. Because it's crazy. You'd think that, okay, a tiny house, but no, you still have to run wire, and it adds up. So the key is to put your, look, I built my first house out in the country. My breaker box was in my bedroom. It wasn't centralized, just because finance wise, for having them dig the ditch and stuff, it just made a lot more sense to have it come in off the side of the house. So when I'm running the wire, like when you're doing a kitchen, it's not, you don't just run one wire to your kitchen, right? And daisy chain, it's you run a wire for each wall that has a GFCI outlet that's protected. Each wall has its own run. So there's 2 runs or 3 runs there, depending on how many walls your kitchen has. And then you have a dedicated outlet for your fridge, your microwave, and your stove. So there's another 3 dedicated lines. And depending on your stove, what the wattage is, if you don't go with gas, you're running, a 220 or whatever over, or 240, I don't remember. I think it's 240 over to it. And that's some thick wire to run. That's not easy stuff to handle.
220, 221, whatever it takes.
Yeah. And when I did my tiny house on wheels, it was I wired it just like a house. I could have got cheaper and used different wiring and stuff and saved some money, but I was so used of just wiring, like I did my house and stuff, I just kept it that way. So it was overbuilt, which is fine with me. But the place where I bought my new tiny house from, they actually have sprinkler systems in them. And they're
Well, that's kind of cool.
yeah, they're the only place that I've seen that actually offers sprinkler systems in their houses. And they just had a big deal where they helped Lowe's build. Lowe's had brought them to the Super Bowl last year. And then Lowe's got a hold of them to build 50 houses. And they did it in 14 days. It's going towards the flood victims that suffered. Because a lot of people that lost their house, they're just living in tents. And they're, you got mom and daughter and dad and stuff living in a tent, and it's cold. It's not warm outside for them, even in that area. So it was nice to see. And there's a couple of videos Lowe's put out of them giving the houses away. It's nice and heartwarming. It's kind of like, people stepping up and helping out, which is, it's always
Yeah, I have friends out there, and wow, what a mess. But yeah,
Mm-hmm. This time of year, I love watching. Like one of the YouTube channels I watch is like East Idaho News. Somebody every year donates like $1 million, and then they go out and surprise people that have been through, you know, rough. They've had it pretty rough. You know, there was like a child that passed away, or you know, somebody got cancer and they're financially struggling. It's just nice to see those heartwarming videos. I'm so glad I pulled my Atlas out.
yeah, it makes it a lot easier.
It does. Definitely goes a lot faster.
It's funny because like a year ago I was saying, hey, what I would really love to see is, you know, a mech, right?
Yep.
That can move. They can move cargo, and you know, very much like from the movie Alien or
Mhm.
Aliens, and people were all like, oh yeah, that would be totally cool. So
Mhm.
you know, I'm not saying I'm taking credit for it. I'm sure I'm not the only person with the idea,
Sure.
but I'm glad to see it implemented in the game.
And the military one from Squadron is supposed to be the Titan, correct?
I hadn't heard that, but yeah, no idea.
I'd be curious if they actually eventually do put that in the game. It'll almost be like, oh, what's that movie with Tom Cruise?
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, where they do he relives the
where
day
he
over and
respawns.
over.
Yeah, he respawns all the time. Yeah.
Yep, and they have the drop ship come in and drop all of them. I mean, that would be pretty cool to have like a certain section where two orgs get together, and you know they, okay, you guys are on this side of the mountain, we're on this side of the mountain at this time, we're gonna, you know, battle or whatever, and then you see the drop ships come in and stuff, or maybe it's an arena commander thing, right? That would be pretty cool. I'll drink one more, just top off my hydration. There we go. Okay, we're stacked. I'm actually doing pretty good. I have the same piece of armor I bought day one. I haven't lost anything yet.
Yeah, if you stay away from FPS, you know, I did lose an armor because I fell through the base. I fell
Oh,
through the hangar, and I wasn't wearing my helmet. And I'd wore my helmet, I would have been fine. But so yeah, always wear your armor when you're slinging cargo.
yeah, we had a couple times with me, you, and Way. We'd fall through the floor, and we're not able to get out. Okay, I'm gonna head to the TD center. Sell my 2 halls, so it should be about 330k. Or no, 6.
Yeah, I was getting like 220 per, or like 212 or 220 per haul. So we'll see what it comes out to be. I'm almost done here. I'm at 12.6, and I've got one panel left, and then I'll head back and you know, store this and then head to the TDD.
Sure.
Might do some hauling after that, but
Yeah, if you want, I'll haul with you if you want.
oh, it's just short. It's just the small, short stuff.
Oh,
It's no
okay.
big whoop. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
You know me, I try to avoid doing the same mission 3 times in a row or same type of mission. So
Sure.
split it up between hauling, and I do want to get back into mining now. It's just
Mm-hmm.
trying to learn the ins and outs of salvage first.
Yeah. I do love how chill Salvage is.
Mining is very similar.
Yep. Yeah, that's.
The trick is finding what you're looking for. It takes the lowest time.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
But yeah, you should do a mining Mondays, and then we'll go out in the Halo and break some stuff out.
Yeah, we could do that. I'm gonna store my vulture to see if my Zeus will come up, and I'll reclaim the vulture over at Ambitious. My mole's over at Ambitious and Prospector, so I'll probably grab those and run out over there, then doing the claim on them. Kind of get used to because the eventuality would be where you pull your ship up is where it's at. And you're going to have to pay a substantial fee to have it delivered to you eventually.
I'm okay with that to a point.
Sure. Next other game loop they'll have once you get in would be, I guess it would qualify under the exploring where you give people tours.
Yeah, people moving. Yeah. Yeah, luxury tours. I think it's going to be interesting to do that game loop with making sure it's a smooth ride, and you can't angle up. If you're leaving planet, you can't like point your ship up at a 75-degree angle, kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now arriving.
Did rewatch a little bit in between designs today. I started rewatching Atlas on Netflix with Jennifer Lopez. That's a good movie.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
I think you'd like it. It does start out a little bit slow, and her character is very whiny, but there's a reason for it. That gets revealed towards the middle end of it.
Okay.
So basically, she's in like a robot suit. The robot suit has AI built into it, and she has a hard time trusting AI with her background. And I'll kind of leave it like that because I don't want to be, that person that gives a few points of the trailer, and then
Gotcha.
the whole
Yep.
entire. I know how much you like that.
I was just talking about that the other day.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need to see the movie now, just the last 10 minutes. And I can pretty much guess what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be really interesting if my predictions about that other movie come true. Moment of Truth will be on Valentine's Day, right?
Yeah, Gorge, isn't it?
Yeah, The Gorge. Yep.
So my 2 runs, 60 SCU total, 8.5 for selling is 510K.
Nice. Yeah, I'm just more at the top of our corp right now.
Nice. So that puts me back at 1.3 mil. And I was down earlier in the night to like 8 after buying some stuff. Yeah, I want to say that the Ursa Red wasn't available before to purchase, or maybe I just didn't scroll down far enough. Kind of like the TDD Center where you open it up, but you don't see all the options. Like, oh, it's not there, but then it's could be bugged out where you don't see like the little progress bar on the right.
Yep. Yeah, I've got an Ursa and a medical Ursa, and now I don't really need the Ursa for anything, so
Sure.
definitely on my LTI upgrade list.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I bought a bunch of things. I didn't go like super crazy. I got the Ursa Red. I got another Atlas. And then I got the Rock. I want to say I got one other thing, but I can't remember right now. So for the rock mining, would that be something to buy a bunch of large SCU crates, throw them in the back of a. Well, I'll just use Polaris as an example because I have one for now, anyways. And loading that up with that, and then 2 rocks in there, and going on mining, and then coming back. Or do you think like the Polaris will be more of a sought
You might be able
out
to
ship?
do that with the Cutlass Black, don't you? If you have a rock in the back of a Cutlass Black, do you still have room for like a 2 SCU box?
You might. And after looking at that Valkyrie and stuff, with that one guy being able to, I want to say his Reddit post said it says it only handles 40, but he got 104 SCU in it, stacked. And it was stacked nice and neat too, and it wasn't flopping around. I know you could definitely get 1 or maybe 2 rocks inside of that. But it's more for like, hey, let's do this all day or type thing. Which I don't know how realistic that is. Where you just basically just go back and forth and fill up and...
Now arriving.
Funny, I can watch your beacon. You're on the train. I thought you were flying away, and then I looked down at your stream.
Oh.
And realized you're just on the train. That's really kind of cool that you're physically moving, and it's not just a, like a worthless animation, right?
Sure.
Like your character's actually traveling.
Mm-hmm.
And I like if you pay attention as you're moving along the train on the freeway underneath you. There is occasionally a race going on, and you can see the aircraft, like little small things, flying along the freeway. It's pretty wild.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I always thought it was just like traffic, like the 9 to 5.
Traffic. Right, but then through that is a little
The
race
racing.
going on. It's kind of crazy. It's amazing the little details in the game. And I like also looking over the rail when you're at Area 18. Not the one that looks down the center, but the one that looks down over the other part of the city.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool. There's, actually have NPCs and stuff down there. It's kind of wild.
Let's see.
I end up coming up.
See if I can grab my Zeus. I want to say that when I initially started using the terminals, they didn't have the fingerprints on them. When I got in, when the 4.0, the preview dropped, and now it's... I don't know if that was just me, because I know that I like that touch, like it's been used, and you get the fingerprints on the screens and stuff like that.
Did I send you the movie director or the cinematographer who watches the Squadron 42 preview trailer?
Yeah, he was pretty impressed. For all
talking about the fingerprints, and he's like, "What? There's fingerprints on? Like, now you're just showing off." It's really funny. But yeah, he was really impressed with the flow of the game for knowing absolutely nothing about the lore and, seeing Gillian Anderson and, so it'll be really curious how because it's more of a movie almost. It's an interactive movie more than at least, from the first 90 minutes, right?
Yep, I would agree with that.
Which is fine. I think that's a great future of entertainment. I think that's what a lot of people who don't game don't get. Is, I could spend 2 hours watching a movie and I'm done, but man, if you feel like you're part of it, like, Cyberpunk, it's just a whole different level, right?
Oh, sure. Definitely. Okay, I'm going to mute Discord. I'm going to put my dogs, it's 11:20, so they got to go out for their last break and stuff, and I got to get them in the bedroom / office, so I'll be back in a few. Okay, those of you watching the stream, appreciate you guys' time. I'm going to send you to my very cool Break Time Potty screen. I'm going to mute the game audio here and throw up my Spotify playlist. Guys. Countdown timer starts at 10 minutes, but I'm usually gone about 7. So, all depends on how much I have to help my Katie up the stairs because she tore her ACL. So, okay, guys, I'll see you back shortly. Appreciate you guys' time.
The summer's calling. If the kingdom is overthrown, meet me at the cornerstone. I know that I can't be without you. This bond is solid gold. We're a diamond and an emerald. It took me forever to find you. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest days. The summer's calling. As we wait for the smoke to clear and we watch our dreams appear, I know that we can rise together. This vision that we share is ours. Together we can touch the stars. I know that we will see December. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest days. The summer's calling.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name. Grass green and so alive. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for Savannah. I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a whirl, Savannah. I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a whirl. Savannah, I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll
And we are back. Switch over to the game. Yeah, I just saw that. Let me pull that up here real quick. Yeah, I checked out the news thing. So I'll read a little bit of it. It says, hello everyone. We wanted to provide a small update before we get too far into the winter break. So starting this thread, and we'll be periodically dropping additional information as it becomes available. As many of you have noticed, 4.0 preview environment has experienced numerous issues, some of which have been cleared up and some that have not. Since opening the environment, our teams have been keeping an eye on how things are progressing to ensure we tackle emergent issues to the best of our ability. While we aim to have a more in-depth breakdown after the holidays, here is a brief list of some of the significant issues that have had corrective action taken so far. And they kind of break it down. So you got global lag. Once players are jumping in to the live scaled environment, we discovered that some aspects of typical player behavior were spamming the infrastructure more than expected. A series of hotfixes were deployed to reduce these impacts, resulting in improved interaction responsiveness and faster login queue times. Missions. Next up, the mission service encountered degraded performance after players had been engaging in missions post-launch. After the source of these issues was identified, another corrective hotfix was applied. Then they addressed the hangar spawn. It was discovered that the very recent change to allow players to spawn directly in the hangar has had some unintended reduction in overall performance of the back-end infrastructure. Spawning directly into the hangar has been temporarily disabled so we can monitor the environment without the added load and ensure that this is the only cause of this issue. And they go on to say, in addition to these, we are currently in the middle of rolling out service updates aimed at optimizing reputation and mission services, social system improvements, preventing concurrent unstows of hangars and safeguarding against the current leading cause of hybrid crashes. And they go on to add some stuff in for the RSI knowledge base and stuff like that. So it was a nice little update. That actually came in at 10:06 this evening.
No.
Yeah.
You know, for game, I mean, they're being responsive. They're throwing out hot fixes. You know, they're providing updates, and you know, maybe not as timely as everybody would like, but I'm
Sure.
impressed with this, especially sending this out at 10:43. I mean, I realize they're in the UK and we got a time difference, but still. Right?
Yeah.
Um,
Especially like you said, right
getting-
before Christmas. And it's been a shit show. Like Waylon Way was having just a horrible time yesterday. We talked about a lot, and he was just having issues after issues and bugs, and like it's not happening to all the players, but it's very frustrating for people, that are going through that. So it's nice to know that they are on top of it, they are monitoring, and like they said, after they'll basically have a laundry list of stuff that they'll have to be working on come New Year.
It sounds like people were working through the weekend, right? That there's
Yeah.
there's staff that's been working on this the whole time, and it's not trivial to put in some of these hot fixes. Especially when you're testing them in even if it is a test environment, still a live environment with people on it. Right?
Yep. My Zeus actually did come up, so I'm gonna call that a win.
Great. Yeah, usually at R-Corp I don't have the issues. It's when I'm at one of the stations I get the bouncing off the pad and
Sure.
all that fun stuff. So I'm walking up to the TDD now.
Did you see when I started my stream? I had was it the it was one of the alien ships where it just has like a wing on one side and the other side it's not asymmetrical.
Scythe? Yeah, the
Yeah.
Scythe.
Yep. And my vulture was pulled in at an angle and the scythe was upside down and stuff. I'm like, let's see how this goes. But luckily I was able to move the vulture and then the other one just despawned, so.
Yeah, the alien ships are cool. I like to see them do stuff that's not just a space plane all the time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's certainly room for that, but some of their new ship designs, the Goliath is interesting, although we all know where the inspiration for that came from. But I like to see stuff that I know we do a lot of in atmosphere from a dogfighting perspective, but seeing things like the Argo Raft or the Mist Theory's Whole Seas, and it's very cool kind of stuff.
Yeah. So they have a really good variety. Then as time goes on, more and more ships will get the golden standard pass. Like the mole is definitely due, I think, for a gold standard compared to like the interior of the raft, which is just absolutely gorgeous. I think the raft is like my favorite interior out of all the ships thus far. And we kind of discussed one night that this is like an actual ship that I could actually live in, if this was, that was my job and I was in space.
Yep. So somehow, I'm at 52 SCU, so I must have been a little short. Well, that's 26 times 2, but 442K. Is that what you got? Do you remember?
I think I got like 5 because I had 60 SCU total from the two trips.
Yeah, I stay on the grid. I don't put a box on the side. I could. Yeah, I just do my 13 and I'm out. Right.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So that's on me.
Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, I haven't had any issues as far as like the boxes like moving while I've been quantuming and stuff. Everything's been pretty stable.
Okay. Yeah, I hear them bouncing around back there. It's my own thing from back in the day.
Oh sure.
The previous patch, like it could blow up your ship. I'm glad they made that change. and can get kind of harrowing.
Yeah, I remember when the cargo elevators and cargo started coming in. I think it took them a couple patches, just like hot fixes. But before you'd basically be damaging the crap out of your ship when you're hitting it with boxes while you're loading and stuff like that. And they fixed that. But yeah, like we were talking about the Atlas, that kind of came out of nowhere too. All of a sudden, just kind of, oh hey, here's this.
Yep.
I still think that should have been priced in the 30s, 25 to 30s, but because it's pretty close to like the price of like a basic starter ship.
It is. It is, and I think a lot of people saw it as a cheap LTI token. And
Yeah.
if you wanted, like, if they made it too cheap, then you'd have an LTI token for $10 or $20, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have one. I don't intend to keep it long, especially like I was expecting it wouldn't be available in the game immediately, but it is.
Mm-hmm.
And you can buy it at most cargo centers. So, I've been going around buying an Atlas at most of the major places I stop at.
Oh,
so
sure.
I always have one available.
Mm-hmm.
But I've also learned that it's more profitable, at least right now, subject to change, asterisk, that these small cargo missions where you're only transporting 7 or 8 SCU and those missions stack
Mm-hmm.
can be more profitable than taking something that's 100 SCU. So I'm sure they'll rebalance that, right? Right
Yeah.
now they're incentivizing everybody to haul, so you're creating more data points.
Mm-hmm.
So they can collect data and they'll adjust it. So if everybody flocks to one certain type of job, they see that.
Mm-hmm.
And they're definitely going to rebalance, quote unquote, whether it's bounties, whether it's, any other type of mission. And in my experience, I mean, 4 to 5 years of playing Star Citizen, I think they pretty much try to balance everything out, so it doesn't matter. There is no OP job.
Sure.
Whether it's doing bunkers, whether it's mining, whether it's cargo, whether it's doing bounties or that kind of thing, it all works out to about the same AUEC an hour as you ramp up, right? Rookie
Mm-hmm.
missions versus veteran versus elite, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're at the top tier of cargo hauling or mining, or you have this reputation, that same revenue stream is going to be available to you.
Mm-hmm.
And there isn't going to be something that favors something else, because in their vision for gameplay, they're going to need cargo haulers and miners and crafters as much as people want to do combat.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, because you have to move those commodities around.
Yeah, imagine if nobody hauled cargo. All you'd have is NPCs, right?
Yeah. Because my kind of thought process is once I get my base set up and I start doing whether it's mining and stuff like that, using what I have in the excess, just putting a contract up that somebody can come down and pick up for either themselves or maybe another person on the other side of the planet or another planet needs that. And I can just put up like a contract saying, hey, I have this, you buy this, and then the buyer says, okay, I need somebody to deliver this, I'll give you this for it, and people can kind of pick.
Yeah, I think that's where the crafting components is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Miners are going to sell to crafters, right? And you're only going to get, the high quality materials. And then there's an incentive for people to craft and make money doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And, people that need tier 1, components can buy it. You're not buying it from a vendor at RCorp anymore. You're buying it from another player at a specific station that their org owns, for example.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool seeing it all start to come together. Right?
Yeah. Yep. Definitely. The
It'll
old
be
adage is,
fascinating as we have more star systems come online, how the gameplay is going to change.
sure.
How you keep everything from being unique, because more is not always better, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to have 80 or 100 systems, how is the gameplay change, right?
Mm-hmm.
How is it different? What's your incentive to go into Nyx,
Yep.
Like, what are you getting in each system that you aren't getting somewhere else? And
Hmm.
am I going to have to travel across multiple systems to put together a certain thing or get certain resources that are only available, over in some other system, in Terra, for example, or so very cool stuff.
Hmm. Yeah, because right now the draw for Pyro is contested zones, and just a new system. Right now there's really no. There's really
On the
no.
loot.
Yeah, there's
You're
really
right.
no reason to bring any cargo back other than just doing it for just doing it.
I thought they paid a lot. I'll have to look at what they paid, but I'm sure they're going to balance that risk versus reward thing, right?
Yep. And like one of the persons talking earlier in chat, maybe it was Rekar, regarding having an escort. Paying somebody to escort you safely.
Yeah. Yep. And Org can do that organically, but but you have to trust the people you escort. And I think I've talked about, like, we got put a mission together ad hoc with people at the station, and those people turned against us, in the ship, and murdered us in our own ship.
Hmm.
After doing a couple missions with us, right? Like, we were one big happy crew, and this person stood up. And
Hmm.
at the time, I was kind of upset, but in hindsight, like, yeah, that's a real world risk you'd have to take doing the same thing, right?
Hmm. So how do I enter? Oh, that's right, side door. Just pulling up the prospector to take it out.
The only missed ship with an actual windshielding. The visibility. If the rest of the missed ships had that kind of visibility out of the front, that'd be a different story.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. It's basically they're not actual panels for the heads up. It's actually like a holograph. It's interesting.
Yeah, I like the design language, and I think Ferrister talks about that.
Mm.
And the guy that's the architect that does the breakdowns of the ship is really fascinating as well. He talks about the design language and the way that each manufacturer, obviously there's some common stuff. They don't have to make custom HUDs for everything, but I love this layout, right? With it's not a combat ship, so it doesn't matter that your HUD is along the top, right? When you're mining, you're looking down.
Yep.
And this, like, as much as I love Argo, but the visibility out of here is awesome, and I kind of wish, in the cargo ships, I feel I need to look as well when you're landing, right? Especially if you're landing not at so much a space station, but you're landing out in the middle of the wild, right? At an outpost. Got to be able to see where you're going, and this visibility is amazing.
Yeah, I just tried my Toby with it, and it's pretty epic. As much as I really dislike the design language of the ship, because that's just me. Yeah, I mean, you definitely have great visibility.
It really comes in handy when you're doing planet-side mining, because you're scouting along the surface.
Oh, sure.
You have to come up to, a specific rock that may be in a cliffside, and yeah, it's really something else.
Let's see the signature markers. Oh, there we go. Now they're popping up.
If you ever get a chance to buy before a wipe, buy the Mantis, which is the interdiction ship that they use for quantum interdiction. It's got like a really great interior. If you get a chance to check it out at the military show, it's got a very Star Trek feel to it.
Okay.
And it actually has a bed in the back. and I don't do quantum interdiction or piracy, but I wish that they would make an explorer variant of that ship, because that ship has got amazing cockpit visibility. And it's a very sleek, very cool looking ship that's very maneuverable. Like why they decided to make it a quantum interdiction ship that doesn't need any of that is beyond me. But I wish there was an Explorer variant to that, and
Mhm.
it would be cool.
Okay, I got my first rock. Okay.
Are you hunting anything in particular, or just whatever comes up?
Just whatever comes up. I figured it'd be a nice little way to kind of close out the stream, just testing it out. I do like how the ship reacts and like bobs back and forth and stuff as you're, with the laser and stuff like that.
Yeah. Now, do you see your little green window there? How narrow that is?
Yes.
In Quantanium, it's even narrower. But there are some mining heads and attachment that can make that a little bigger to give you a little more flexibility. So,
Gotcha. Yeah, I had one last night that was very, very small. And luckily I didn't blow myself up. But it was a little bit bigger of a sliver. Maybe about a third of the size of what that one was.
yeah. Oh, that's split nice. You were able to slurp those up, and
Yeah. I like having the control on with the VKBs and having that little, not using the mouse wheel, but having that little dial with the tab on it to to control that for your power.
oh yeah, 100%.
Makes it really, really smooth. Okay, switch back over to scanning. And I like that it's very much as far as just like finding them and stuff and using the tool, kind of like salvaging. I mean, the difference obviously is you heating it up and keeping that, so it's in the green and not hitting the red where it's going to blow up in your face.
Yep. Yeah, mining is one of the, just requires a skill, right? There's a finesse to it. You can't just brute force it.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing I love about this game is, there's a lot of satisfaction when you build the skill, to be good at a specific thing, right? It's not just mindless button mashing and gameplay. There's some thought that comes into it, the strategy that comes into it. It's challenging, it's fulfilling. So many things I love about this game.
Yeah.
If you're patient enough for it.
Yeah, it definitely can try your patience. Oh, jeez. No. So it is a little slipperier then. And I think maybe part of my issues with like everything feeling greasy, I think there is a known issue with the bindings that I use that sometimes if you go to third person and back, I'll have to read a little bit more on Buzzkiller's thing. I think there's like, you could hit shift something or another to, if you're having, this issue or that issue. So I'll have to look more into it.
What do you mean by greasy?
So like I'll move to the left here, right? A little bit, and then I'll stop. Well, sometimes I'll move to the left just a little bit, and instead of it stopping, I'm going like this. And it just keeps on drifting, even with like the slightest movement. And of course,
Gotcha.
I look to make sure I'm in coupled mode. So let's bring that
Yeah, I'm having
down.
that issue when I come out of cruise control, where for some reason like my throttle appears to be stuck, and I'm looking, I'm like, am I decoupled? Like it's acting like I'm decoupled, right?
Yeah,
And
so
I can't figure out why my throttle's still going. Right.
sure, I won't be able to mine this one, but yeah, I see that little sliver like you're talking about. Holy crap, this one's
Yeah.
impossible, but
Right.
that would
So,
be
but you can have using different heads, or there's different modules that increase that window, but every module has a trade-off,
yep.
right? And so, but yep, that certainly makes it challenging.
Mhm. Okay, off to our next. Yeah, the UI is very, I would classified as like bubble gum for the colors and stuff, but I don't mind it. Everything is easily accessible to look at and stuff.
Yeah, it's one thing I liked about the Argo is even if your background is white, right? The orange just stands out. It doesn't get washed out,
Yeah.
right? And on some planets, when everything is like white text, unless it has the gray shade behind it or it's on your MFD,
Mm-hmm.
you wind up losing it. When you're on a moon that is just gray, you can't like, what does that say?
Yep.
Especially with mining, when you have to do that very narrow window, you have to know where your power is, and you have to be able to see it coming all the way up. The colors matter, and your life depends on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can imagine.
The other thing that makes, yeah, go ahead.
I can imagine when you have 3 in the mole, or 4 in the mole, right? And you're trying to communicate because everybody's using their power, and trying to get everybody in sync to do it all at this. You know what I mean? To manage their power, so you're not overheating the rock with the 3 different lasers.
Yeah, and the way that we did that cooperatively is the people helping would only start out and bring their power up to about 25%.
Okay.
And the person who's the lead would be the one to ramp up power. And if he was at 100% and we still weren't going anywhere, then he would say, okay, everybody take your power up to 30%.
Okay.
And they would stay there. That's nobody else would finesse the settings unless he was like cut power, cut,
Gotcha.
to make sure it wasn't blowing up. So you don't want 3 people constantly tweaking settings as you're
Sure.
trying to stay in the zone.
You're like herding cats, right?
Yeah, their life's madness. That's the too many cooks in the kitchen thing, right? But yeah, it's really rewarding to go out with a couple people and do it. But really, a prospector has 30-something SCU of cargo space, and the mole has 96. And if you're going out with 3 people, you might as well take 3 prospectors and
Sure.
have more people looking for minables, and then converge on that person to break up what you find. Or like I mentioned, you have the prospectors and a mole. And
sure.
The prospectors break up the thing, and the role of the mole is to scoop it, right? So you're not leaving stuff behind, and then the mole will run it back to the refinery. And meanwhile, the prospectors go out and find other stuff to break, because the mole can't by itself, as a single player, can't break a bigger rock than a prospector can, even because it has a size 2 head. It's the same. You could just have 3 mining heads at the same time focused on a rock, right? Unless that changes, then I haven't mined since I don't think 319 and 320. So unless they've changed it, so I'm willing to be wrong here.
Sure.
If the chat wants to correct me, I'm not going to argue with you. But it's a lot of fun to go out mining together, and once I get my mining chops back, we can certainly go out and leapfrog and do that, and do asteroid mining or do mining on a planet side.
Sure. Oh, there we go. Another rock successfully broke. Yeah, I think
the other thing I love about this game is, you don't have to rely on mission givers or NPCs or a progression or a story, right? Players are making their own story, and it's playing together and meeting good people and people with bad intentions in the verse, right? That keep it dynamic, and it's never the same universe twice, right? It's never the same gameplay twice when you're out and about.
Yeah. Oh, my swords are already full. I thought I saw that you could take the mole bags and put them on the prospector. Don't quote me on that, and I could be completely wrong. I'm going to fracture this one just because I can. I was surprised how close up you actually have to get to the rocks. Yeah, like the feathering is just kind of a fun little mini game for me.
Yep.
Then like it's getting too hot, so then I can. There we go. Then when it gets too hot, and I can't, I have the beam energy all the way down, but it's still heating up. I can just take the laser off of it, and then let it cool down a little bit, and then jump right back in.
Yeah, I had a Thrustmaster. I mean, I still have it, but I have a Thrustmaster throttle that when I first started playing, I used a joystick and a throttle, right?
Sure.
And the challenge with that is it wasn't designed for spaceships. It was designed for aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't have a set point in the middle because, in an aircraft, you don't have a reverse, right? In
Yeah.
a spacecraft, you do. So to be able to reverse it, you'd have to take it all the way to 0, hit a button that flips you into reverse, and then increase the throttle again. And then, but it's unnatural to push it forward to go backwards, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you're trying to finesse. So I repurposed it as a mining laser control.
Oh, nice.
And so, and because I have that full range of the throttle, it really was nice for mining. It gave me a lot more control than a mouse wheel did, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just running out of USB ports to plug everything in.
Yeah, after I had that big computer outage and stuff and USB issues, I dusted off one of my USB hubs powered, and that's where I run all my USBs into that and then into the computer. And then I make sure at nighttime I just unplug the side USB that has the hub going to it for my computer.
I just find with some peripherals, especially like joysticks, they don't like being plugged into a hub. They want to be plugged in directly to your PC.
Sure. Yeah, I think my Toby probably 99%, or let's just say 98% of the time, when I boot up, it works, and maybe 10% of the time after I haven't, really engaged or used it, it'll almost like it shuts off, and then I have to unplug it and then plug it back in for it to reactivate. But most of the time it doesn't really bother because I don't typically use the Toby too much lately.
I have it. I haven't used it in ages.
Mm-hmm.
I think the thing that I did was I turned off the eye tracking because it was jumping around too much for me, right?
Sure.
I like the face tracking was amazing, but the eye tracking just was drove me crazy because I happened to look at, well, part of the problem is I play on a 43-inch monitor.
Yep.
My eyes are darting to a corner to like if you're tracking your eyes, that's that makes a big difference.
Yeah, I'm on a 48. So, and it does a good job because it's only made for certain size monitors, but it calibrates really well. I do have my Elgato webcam that I was going to use for FOIP, but when I game, my room is really dark because it's just so much easier on the eyes, just like if I'm doing graphics or video editing or something like that. And it has a hard time picking up my face just because of the darkness. So I haven't used it too much because I thought about doing the Machina or however that's pronounced.
Yeah, Machina.
Yep. Did you see that there was it's a group that does the videos, and they had one where they were in a Carrack, and like somebody got like a virus spread out and everybody started killing each other type thing. Yesterday they released an updated one where they're moving off of there, and so they're clearing out bodies and throwing them off. Like they landed on like at Area 18 on one of the landing pads in like one of the buildings, and you just see the furniture being thrown out of the ship and stuff. It was hilarious. And then it shows them in their new home, and they have a Polaris. And they kind of go around, and he's like, "Oh, okay, you guys, go pick your own rooms out." And you see everybody just take off, and pretty funny.
You'll need to unlock your iPhone first.
I don't know why my iPhone just picked that up, because I didn't even say anything. They're always listening, right?
Yes, yes, they are.
Oh, everybody's ducking for cover. I wonder if somebody had a Nerf gun. Why are you walking backwards? Anyways.
You missed the fun when the medical guns first came online. And, you know, you create something, but nobody's as devious as, you know, millions of players, right?
Right.
And they had a problem where somebody figured out that you could overdose a player and make him drunk or knock him out. And like it was med gun mayhem for like a week or two. They finally released an update. Oh my god.
Just people going up to other people on the station and just...
Oh, the station and just knocking people out with the med guns and then looting the box at the body.
Oh, jeez. That is kind of funny.
Yeah, in hindsight, at the time it was frustrating.
Yeah.
And, you know. So, but yeah, it was medical gun mayhem was good times.
$12,000 unrefined value. Let's see if I refine it.
Yeah, there's times where I've just sold the ore directly and said, you know, just deal with it.
Yep.
There's some that just aren't worth refining. You just sell the ore directly. You have to look at the, you know, some of the websites will tell you.
Yeah, and some of those
you know,
get
what's worth refining,
really in the
what's not.
nitty gritty too.
Yeah. Like I said, I love, you know, it's really like, there's so much to this, right? It's one of the more refined skills, and I'm betting that hauling and some of the other game loops are going to get, you know, you have to really think through it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And crafting especially is going to be a thing that combines multidisciplinary to do crafting.
Sure. So if I'm going to refine it this time because haven't refined in forever. So total cost, I'm going to just screen share or do a screen grab. It doesn't tell me what I will end up with, but it tells me what my cost will be. So I'll be refining titanium, borax, and aluminum ore. So I'll just hit confirm. Storage, select storage option. I'll worry about that afterwards. So 3 hours and 43 minutes, and I did the slowest high yield one. So yeah, not bad. 100 spent quite a bit and got back up to 1.3 mil. Can't complain too much about that.
All right, I'm trying to land. Because we're on push to talk for the Discord, that makes it hard for me to just try to land just chatting.
Yeah, no worries. So we'll go back to hangars. I gotta close out my stream here in a few minutes, but then I'll jump on Discord for just a quick few before I end the night.
Yeah, sounds good.
Off stream. I don't think we have a lot of snow coming in our forecast. So we really haven't got that much snow up here, which is surprising. So, okay, I'll catch you in a few. I'm gonna mute Discord, or we'll jump out of Discord. Then I'll give you a call on Discord once I'm all
Sounds
set.
good. Okay.
Thank you for your time, sir. Okay, guys, we're gonna call it an end for the night. It is 12:07, and I'm turning into a pumpkin. I need to get some sleep. I gotta do a little bit of last-minute Christmas shopping, because that's how I roll. Get the game audio, but appreciate everybody's time this evening. Hope you guys had a good time. Did a little bit of mining, a little bit of salvaging that I haven't done in quite a while on stream. So, and didn't really run into any game-breaking bugs. And then, like I read earlier, you guys can look in, if you're on my Discord, you can go to the news section and you can look at CIG's posts and read a little more in depth of kind of their explanation of kind of things that are going on and what they've worked on and what their future plans are for addressing some of the issues that I know a lot of you have been game breaking for you guys. So yeah, appreciate all you guys' time. YouTube, I'm trying to 3 followers left to hit affiliate. If you guys want to help support my channel, just hit the follow button over there. I'd greatly appreciate it. YouTube, you can like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. And I stream Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays. Wednesday obviously is Christmas. I don't think I'll be streaming Christmas. Maybe Christmas, late Christmas night. I may stream tomorrow. I haven't decided yet. But yeah. Appreciate you guys' time. Have a great night and a good holiday around the corner. Take care.
We'll be there to guide you.